Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never believed in ghosts. Never gave much thought to the afterlife either. I was 23 back in '58, living on Long Island and trying to break into acting. Had a few small parts, nothing special yet, but I was young, good-looking, and had more confidence than sense. Spent most nights chasing girls and drinking with friends when I wasn't working odd jobs between auditions. Life was simple then. This happened in late October. I'd taken this girl Janet to dinner and a movie. Nice girl, came from a good family in Oyster Bay. We had a decent time, but there wasn't much of a spark. I dropped her off around 11:30, and I remember checking my gas gauge as I pulled away from her parents' house. The needle was hovering just above empty, but I figured I had enough to make it home to my place in Port Washington. I was wrong. The car sputtered out about halfway home, on a dark stretch of road that cut through some woods. This was before they built up that whole area. No streetlights, no houses nearby, just dense trees on both sides. I remember cursing myself for not stopping earlier when I passed that last gas station. I sat there for a minute, weighing my options. There was an all-night service station about 2 miles ahead, if I remembered correctly. But that meant walking through the woods in the dark. No cell phones back then, obviously. No passing cars either. Not at that hour on that particular road, so I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, locked up the car, and started walking. It was cold for October. I only had on a light jacket, and the wind kept cutting through it. My flashlight wasn't great either. The batteries were starting to go, making the beam weak and yellowy. The road through those woods seemed longer on foot than it ever did in a car. The trees on either side were tall and dense, blocking out what little moonlight there was. Every snap of a twig made me jump. I kept telling myself I was being ridiculous. I wasn't some kid afraid of the dark, but there was something about those woods that night that felt off. About halfway to the gas station, I heard rustling in the trees to my right. I stopped and pointed my flashlight toward the sound, but the beam barely penetrated a few feet into the darkness between the trees. I called out, "Hello?" feeling stupid as soon as I did it. Probably just a raccoon or something, I thought. But then I heard it again, closer this time, and I picked up my pace. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw the lights of the gas station in the distance, I felt a wave of relief. But that relief was short-lived, because as I approached the clearing where the road widened, I noticed a figure standing by the side of the road. At first, I thought it might be someone who worked at the station, but as I got closer, I realized this person was just waiting, standing perfectly still in the darkness. I slowed down, considering whether to cross to the other side of the road, when the figure suddenly moved toward me. "Car trouble?" The voice was high-pitched, almost like someone speaking after inhaling helium, but not quite that extreme, just unnaturally high for a man. Because it was a man, I could see that now. He was wearing an all-white suit, not cream or off-white, but stark, pristine white that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with dark hair neatly combed back. His face was ordinary enough, but there was something about his eyes that I couldn't quite place. "Yeah," I answered, keeping my distance. "Ran out of gas about a mile back." He smiled, and I remember thinking his teeth looked too perfect. "I can give you a ride to the station if you'd like. My car's just over there." He gestured toward a white Cadillac parked a little way down the road that I hadn't noticed before. Every instinct told me to decline, to keep walking, but it was cold, and my feet were already hurting. "That's real kind of you, mister, but I can make it from here. It's not much further." "I insist," he said, still smiling. "It's no trouble at all." I hesitated, but then nodded. "All right. Thanks." His car was immaculate inside, not a speck of dust anywhere. No personal items either. No maps in the side pockets, no cigarette pack on the dash. Nothing. It smelled new, like it had just rolled off the lot. He didn't start the engine right away, just sat there looking at me with that same fixed smile. "You heading home?" he asked, that high voice making the hairs on my neck stand up. "Yeah, just dropped a date off in Oyster Bay. Thought I had enough gas to make it back to Port Washington." He nodded like this was the most interesting thing he'd heard all day. "Always check your gauge before a long drive. That's what my father taught me." Then he started the car, and we drove the short distance to the gas station in silence. The whole time I kept stealing glances at him. There was something about him that wasn't quite right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. He was polite, well-dressed, seemingly normal, but something felt wrong. When we reached the station, I thanked him and got out. I approached the attendant, a sleepy-looking kid probably still in high school, and asked for a gas can. That's when I realized I'd left my wallet in my car's glove compartment. I'd taken out just enough for my date earlier and hadn't thought to bring the rest. I turned around to see the man in white standing right behind me, as if he'd known I'd need help. Before I could say anything, he pulled out a crisp $1 bill and handed it to me. "Pay me back when you can," he said with that same unchanging smile. "I don't even know you," I stammered, embarrassed but desperate. He pulled out a small notepad and pen from his breast pocket, wrote something down, and handed me the paper. "My information. You can mail it to me or drop it by if you're ever in the area." I looked at the paper. It had a name, Michael Harmon, and an address in Huntington, about 20 minutes from where we were. "Thanks. I'll pay you back tomorrow," I promised. He nodded, helped me fill the gas can, and then offered to drive me back to my car. The ride back was just as silent and uncomfortable as before. When we reached my car, he even helped me pour the gas in, and then suggested we try to push-start it, since the battery might be drained. We got the car started on the second try. I thanked him profusely, promising again to repay him the next day. He just smiled, patted the roof of my car, and said, "Drive safe." I watched in my rearview mirror as he stood in the middle of the road, getting smaller and smaller until the darkness swallowed him up. I didn't see him get back in his car. It was like he just vanished. The next day, I felt a strange urgency to repay my debt. It was only $1, but something about the encounter had left me unsettled, and I wanted to close that chapter. I found the note with his information and called the number around noon. A woman answered. "Hello?" Her voice sounded tired, wary. "Hi, is Michael Harmon available?" I asked. There was a long pause. "Who is this?" she finally asked. "My name's Telly. Your husband helped me out last night when my car broke down. He lent me some money for gas, and I wanted to pay him back." Another long silence. "This isn't funny," she said, her voice shaking. "I don't know who you are or what you want, but my husband has been dead for over 2 years. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Ma'am, I think there's been a mistake. I met Michael Harmon last night. Tall guy, dark hair, white suit. He gave me this number." "Stop it," she said, now sounding angry and on the verge of tears. "Just stop it." "I'm telling the truth," I insisted. "Look, I have his address here. I can come by and show you the note he wrote me. I'm not trying to upset you, I promise." She seemed to hesitate, then gave a resigned sigh. "Fine, if it'll put an end to this." I drove to the address with $5 in my pocket, the dollar I owed plus extra as a thank you. The house was a modest white colonial with blue shutters, badly in need of paint. The lawn was overgrown, and there were no flowers in the beds, just the dried husks of what had once been a garden. A woman in her mid-30s opened the door before I could knock. She was thin, with dark circles under her eyes and graying brown hair pulled back in a messy bun. She looked like someone who had stopped caring about her appearance a long time ago. "You must be Telly," she said flatly. No greeting, no introduction. I nodded, suddenly feeling very foolish. "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to bother you, but there's been some confusion. I met a man last night who said he was Michael Harmon. He gave me this address." I handed her the note. She glanced at it, and her face went white. "Come inside," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The inside of the house was as neglected as the outside. Dust covered most surfaces, and there was a stillness that suggested it had been a long time since anyone had really lived there. She led me to a small living room and pointed to a photograph on the mantel. "Is this the man you met?" she asked. I walked over and picked up the frame. My blood turned to ice. Staring back at me was the same man who had helped me the night before. Same dark hair, same eyes, same perfect smile. But in this photo, he was in a military uniform, not a white suit. "Yes," I managed to say. "That's him." She sank onto the couch, her hands trembling. "My husband killed himself 2 years ago. Shot himself in the throat." She touched her own neck. "It was messy. He had been depressed since coming back from Korea. Nothing I did seemed to help." I couldn't speak. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what she was telling me. "He always had a deep voice," she continued almost to herself, "rich and smooth. Everyone commented on it." "The man I met had a very high voice," I said quietly, "almost unnaturally high." Her eyes widened. "The gunshot, it destroyed his vocal cords. If he had survived, the doctor said he would have spoken in a high, strained voice for the rest of his life." I felt dizzy. This couldn't be happening. I didn't believe in ghosts or the supernatural. There had to be a rational explanation. "Maybe it was someone else," I suggested weakly. "A relative who looks like him?" She shook her head. "Michael was an only child, and that's his handwriting on the note." She looked up at me, her eyes suddenly intense. "What was he wearing when you met him?" "A white suit," I replied. "All white." A sob escaped her. "We buried him in that suit. It was his favorite." I sat down across from her, my legs no longer able to support me. "I don't understand. Why would he appear to me? I didn't know him. I'm nobody special, just some struggling actor who ran out of gas." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Did he say anything else to you? Anything at all that might have been a message?" I thought back to our brief conversations. He mentioned something about always checking the gas gauge before a long drive, said his father taught him that. She smiled sadly. "That sounds like him. His father was very practical." She hesitated, then asked, Did he seem okay? At peace?" "Yes," I said truthfully. "He seemed calm, helpful. There was something odd about him, but he didn't seem troubled or sad." She nodded, tears streaming down her face now. "I've been so worried about him. Even though I don't really believe in heaven or hell, I couldn't stop thinking about where he might be. If he was suffering. And then it hit me. Maybe this wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just the messenger, the conduit between this woman and her dead husband. Maybe he had appeared to me specifically because I was a stranger, someone with no connection to either of them, making the message more believable. "I think he wanted you to know he's okay," I said gently. "That's why he gave me this address. He wanted me to find you and tell you." She covered her face with her hands and sobbed. I sat there awkwardly, not knowing what to do or say. After a few minutes, she composed herself and looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. "Thank you for coming here. I know how crazy this must sound, how crazy I must seem." "You don't seem crazy at all," I assured her. "I'm the one who spent last night getting help from a ghost." That made her laugh, a small, broken sound, but genuine. I placed the $5 on the coffee table. I promised I'd pay him back. She pushed the money toward me. "Keep it." Consider it payment for bringing me this message." I insisted she take it, and finally she relented, saying she would donate it to the veterans organization her husband had supported. As I was leaving, she stopped me at the door. "He chose you for a reason," she said. "I don't know why, but he did." I've thought about that night and my visit with Mrs. Harmon almost every day since. I'm still not sure I believe in ghosts, not completely, but I can't explain what happened. The man who helped me was real. I sat in his car. I heard his voice. I felt his hand on my shoulder when we pushed my car to start it. But according to his widow and the photograph I saw, he had been dead for 2 years. Sometimes I wonder if he appeared to me because he knew I would go to his widow, that I wouldn't just ignore it or convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe he knew she was contemplating following him into death. Maybe my visit stopped her from making that choice. I drove by that house about a year later. There were flowers in the garden beds, and the shutters had been painted a fresh blue. A "for sale" sign stood in the front yard. I like to think Mrs. Harmon found a way to move on with her life, that my strange encounter somehow helped her heal. As for me, I've never had another experience like that night. Part of me is relieved, but another part wonders why I was chosen for that singular supernatural encounter. I'm not special, just a regular guy who happened to run out of gas on a dark road. But maybe that's exactly why it happened to me. Maybe sometimes the most ordinary people make the best messengers between this world and whatever comes after. Story 2. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last month at the old Trask farm in Millfield. My brother Marcus and I had this little side hustle going where we'd explore the abandoned property, mostly the barn, after hours. Not exactly a conventional business, but we'd gotten permission from the Trask grandkids who inherited the place and didn't care what we did there as long as we didn't burn it down. The property had been abandoned for about 7 years. The original owners, the elderly Trask couple, both died within months of each other. Local rumor had it they were buried somewhere on the property, though nobody knew exactly where. Their kids wanted nothing to do with the place and moved away, leaving it to slowly rot until the grandchildren finally inherited it a few years back. I guess we were drawn to the isolation of it all. The farm sat about a mile down an old dirt road off of Route 16, surrounded by overgrown fields and a line of dense oak trees. No neighbors for at least half a mile. The main house was pretty much falling apart, roof caving in, windows broken, definitely not safe to enter. But the barn was still in decent shape. Marcus and I had gone there maybe a dozen times over the past few months. We'd usually head out around 10 p.m. when the stars were out, and the air had that chill that made exploring abandoned places feel more exciting. We'd bring a few beers, our phones, and sometimes take pictures for Instagram, without location tags, of course. We didn't want random people showing up. The barn itself was a tall, weathered structure with peeling red paint and a rusty metal roof. It had 2 doors, one main entrance at the front and a side door that had warped shut years ago. Inside was mostly empty, except for some old farm equipment, rotting hay bales, and a colony of barn swallows that nested in the rafters. We'd rigged up a portable battery-powered workshop light near the entrance that lit up most of the ground floor. That night, it was a Tuesday, I remember, because Marcus had called off from his late shift at the gas station, started like any other visit. We arrived around 10:30, unlocked the padlock we'd installed on the main door, the Trask grandkids had given us the only key, and flipped on our workshop light. The interior lit up with that harsh white glow that made everything look slightly unnatural. I noticed the swallows were particularly quiet that night. Usually they'd flutter around a bit when we first turned on the lights, disturbed by our presence. But this time, they were just still. Sleeping, I assumed. We cracked open our beers and hung out for a while, talking about nothing important. Around midnight, we decided to head back. I mentioned to Marcus that I wanted to check something outside near the back of the barn, just some weird scratching sound I'd heard earlier, probably just a raccoon, but I wanted to make sure. "All right, I'll shut off the light and meet you at the front," I said. Marcus nodded, but then looked uncertain. "It's pitch black in here without the light, man." I pulled out my phone and handed it to him. "Use my flashlight. I've got yours in my pocket. You just need to walk straight to the door anyway." He took my phone and turned on the flashlight function. I headed to the back of the barn and outside through a small gap where some of the wooden slats had fallen away. I checked around for any animals, didn't see anything, and made my way back to the front of the barn to wait for Marcus. I figured I'd give him a minute to turn off the light and walk the 50 or so feet to the front door. The night was completely silent. Not even crickets were chirping, just that heavy country silence that feels like it's pressing against your ears. I stood there by the front door waiting. Then I heard Marcus call out from inside, "Sam! Sam! That you?" His voice had this edge to it I'd never heard before. "Yeah, I'm outside by the door," I called back. "Just shut off the light and come on out." "Just making sure," he replied, his voice shaky. About 20 seconds later, Marcus burst through the door, moving way faster than normal. He didn't say anything, just started walking toward the path that led back to where we'd parked. "Forget something?" I asked, jogging to catch up. He shook his head without looking at me. "Let's just go." We walked in silence for about 5 minutes. The only sounds were our footsteps on the gravel path and Marcus's slightly heavy breathing. Finally, when we were about halfway back to the car, he stopped. "There was something in there," he said quietly. I laughed, thinking he was messing with me. "What, like a raccoon? A possum? I told you I heard something earlier." Marcus shook his head, still not making eye contact. "No, not an animal." He took a deep breath. "When I was walking to the door after turning off the light, I was using your phone as a flashlight. Just sweeping it around, you know, and I—" He paused, swallowed hard. "I saw something, someone. I felt a chill run through me that had nothing to do with the night air." "What do you mean?" "There wasn't anyone else there." "I know that," he snapped. "I know that, but I saw it, just for a second when the flashlight beam passed over the back corner near those old hay bales." His voice was getting higher, more stressed. It was tall, really tall, like 7 feet at least." "A shadow?" I suggested, trying to find a rational explanation. "No." Marcus finally looked at me, and I could see real fear in his eyes. "It had a face, sort of. It had these eyes, but no mouth, just blank where a mouth should be. And its skin was this grey-white color, like something that's been underwater too long." I felt my stomach tighten. "And you're sure you saw this? It wasn't just shadows playing tricks?" "That's why I called your name," he said. "I thought maybe you'd snuck back in somehow and were trying to scare me. But then I remembered you were outside. And when I swung the light back to that corner, it was gone. Just gone." We started walking again, faster now. Neither of us spoke until we reached the car. As I unlocked the doors, Marcus grabbed my arm. "Did you feel anything weird in there tonight?" he asked. I hesitated. I hadn't planned to mention it, but there had been something off. I felt lightheaded at one point, like the air was too thin or something, and I trailed off, not wanting to sound crazy. "And what?" Marcus pressed. "I felt like we were being watched, the whole time we were there, even before I went outside." Marcus nodded slowly. "Yeah. Me too." We drove home in silence. When we got back to our apartment, Marcus went straight to his room and closed the door. I heard him moving around for hours, unable to sleep. I wasn't doing much better. The next day, Marcus called the Trask grandkids and made up some excuse about why we wouldn't be using the barn anymore. They didn't seem to care. It's been 4 weeks and neither of us has gone back. We haven't even driven down that road. But I keep thinking about what Marcus saw, about the thing with no mouth standing in the darkness watching, and I keep wondering if it's still there, standing in that same corner, waiting. Sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I imagine those eyes, just eyes, no mouth, staring at nothing in the pitch-black interior of that barn. And I wonder if the local rumors were true, about the Trasks being buried somewhere on the property. And then I wonder if whatever Marcus saw was ever human at all, or if it was something else entirely. The weirdest thing is that the night after we left the barn for good, both Marcus and I had the same dream, standing in complete darkness with something tall and silent watching us from just beyond where we could see. I woke up from that dream gasping for air, like I'd been underwater. I still have Marcus's phone from that night. We accidentally switched when I handed him mine to use as a flashlight. I've been meaning to check if he took any pictures accidentally while he was using the flashlight, but something keeps stopping me. I'm afraid of what I might see. Last week I ran into one of the Trask grandkids at the grocery store. I almost didn't talk to him, but at the last second I asked if anyone else had been using the barn since we stopped going. "No," he said, "but it's funny you should ask. My sister drove by there a couple days ago and said she saw lights inside. We figured it was you guys, but I guess not." I told him no, it definitely wasn't us. He shrugged. "Probably just kids messing around then. Or maybe it's Grandpa and Grandma Trask coming back to check on the place." He laughed like it was a joke. I didn't laugh. I don't know what Marcus saw that night. I don't know if it was something that had always been there, watching us during our previous visits, or if we somehow disturbed something that had been dormant. All I know is that I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's still there. And sometimes, usually around midnight, I get this sudden sense that it knows exactly where I am too. Marcus won't talk about it anymore. He gets angry if I bring it up. But I notice he sleeps with his lights on now. And sometimes, when he thinks I'm not looking, I catch him staring at the corners of rooms, like he's checking for something tall and silent standing in the shadows. I still have nightmares about the barn. In them, I'm always alone, using my phone as a flashlight, sweeping it across the empty space, and just before I wake up, the beam catches something in the corner, something tall with a face that's not quite a face, and eyes that have been waiting for me to find them. The thing is, I can't stop thinking about those lights the Trask grandson mentioned. If it wasn't us, and it wasn't local kids, because trust me, that place is too isolated and creepy for random teenagers, then what was it? What's in that barn now, turning on lights in the middle of the night? Part of me wants to go back, just to know for sure, to face whatever's there. But a bigger part knows that some things are better left alone. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. All I know is that neither Marcus nor I will ever set foot in that barn again. Some places feel wrong for a reason, and whatever was standing in the darkness that night, mouth or no mouth, it belonged there more than we ever did. Story 3. I've never been much of a writer, but I need to get this off my chest. I've been holding on to this for way too long, and honestly it feels like a weight is crushing me. For over a decade of my life, I dealt with things I couldn't explain, things that followed me from house to house, that invaded every space I tried to make my own. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. It started when I was just a baby, though obviously I don't remember that part. My parents told me stories when I was older about how my bedroom was always freezing cold, not just a little chilly, I mean cold. They'd check the vents, make sure the windows were sealed properly, even bought a space heater, but nothing helped. My dad, who's never believed in anything supernatural, would joke that he needed a coat just to come tuck me in. There were other things too, random loud bangs in the middle of the night that would wake everyone except me. My mom would find appliances running when we'd get home, the blender, the TV, the radio, stuff that definitely wasn't on when we left. They wrote it off as electrical issues, faulty wiring, whatever rational explanation they could come up with. But looking back now, I know it was the beginning. The first time I actually witnessed anything myself, I was 7. I was at my friend Jake's house playing video games in his living room while our mums chatted in the kitchen. We had the TV remote sitting on the carpet between us, and I swear to God, it just started sliding across the floor. Not like it was pushed or knocked. It moved in a straight line about 2 feet across the carpet, then stopped. Jake and I just stared at each other. I remember the goosebumps that covered my arms. That was the first time I felt truly afraid. We moved to a trailer in Pineville when I was 9 because of some family issues I don't want to get into. Let's just say life took a bad turn, and we had to downsize fast. That's when things really ramped up. My little sister, who was about 6 at the time, started talking about the shadow people who would stand in her doorway at night. I brushed it off as kid stuff. My mom didn't. One morning, I found her crying at the kitchen table. When I asked what was wrong, she just looked up at me with these hollow eyes and said, "I saw them too." She wouldn't elaborate, wouldn't tell me what exactly she'd seen, just made me promise to always keep my door locked at night. In that trailer, I started hearing footsteps every single night like clockwork around 3 a.m. They'd start at the far end of the hallway and walk slowly until they stopped right outside my bedroom door. The first few times it happened, I figured it was my dad going to the bathroom or getting water, but one night the footsteps came and I got up the courage to fling my door open. The hallway was empty, but the footsteps continued, now circling around me, like whatever it was just walked right through me. I slept with my light on for a month after that. Those footsteps continued the entire time we lived there. 13 years. 13 years of hearing someone pace outside my door nearly every night. I mentioned it once to my sister when we were teenagers, and the color drained from her face. She'd been hearing them too, but outside her door. At the same time, I heard them outside mine. How could footsteps be in 2 places at once? I moved out when I was 22, and I thought maybe I'd leave whatever it was behind. For a while, things were normal. I got a job as a paramedic, then eventually a firefighter. I was busy, focused on building my career, and the memories of those weird experiences started to fade. Then my grandmother passed away. It hit me hard. We were close, and I wasn't ready to lose her. The night after her funeral, I was lying in bed staring at the ceiling, just replaying memories, when my bedroom door slowly swung open. I froze. Standing in the doorway was a short, dark figure. It had no features I could make out, just a silhouette, but I knew someone, something, was there watching me. The weirdest part is I wasn't scared at all. I felt comforted, like I knew it was my grandmother checking on me one last time. It was my first day at a new station the next morning, and she always worried about me in this job. The figure stood there for maybe 30 seconds, then my door slowly closed. I've never been able to explain it, but I'm convinced it was her. After I got married, my wife and I moved into an apartment in Riverdale. I hadn't told her about any of this stuff. Who wants to sound crazy to the person they just promised their life to? But it didn't take long before she started noticing things too. We'd both be at work and come home to find all the lights on when we definitely turned them off. The toilet would flush by itself while we were watching TV. Once, my wife was out of town visiting her parents, and I distinctly heard a female voice whisper, "Behind you!" I nearly jumped out of my skin and spent the rest of the night at my buddy's place, too afraid to be alone in the apartment. I noticed a pattern after a while. The activity would spike whenever I was stressed or struggling mentally. As a paramedic and firefighter, I see some rough stuff. The calls involving kids were always the hardest for me. After particularly bad calls, like the time we responded to a 4-year-old who drowned in the bathtub, I'd come home and the apartment would be chaos. Lights flickering, doors opening and closing, that whispered voice getting louder and more insistent. When we finally saved enough to buy a house in Oakwood, I thought maybe a fresh start would help. We were excited, our first real home together. But within a week, It started again. There was this stupid decorative sign in our bathroom that said, "Wash your hands," or something like that. Every morning we'd find it on the floor. We'd hang it back up, check that it was secure, and by the next morning it would be down again. Not just down, it would be across the room, like it had been thrown, and it always hit the toilet paper holder with enough force to leave marks on the wall. Objects started flying across rooms with no explanation. My wife's hairbrush launched off the dresser one night while we were getting ready for bed. My phone charger unplugged itself and whipped across the bedroom. The TV would turn on by itself at full volume in the middle of the night, nearly giving us heart attacks. The worst of it started when my wife got pregnant. We'd been trying for years, dealing with infertility and multiple miscarriages. When it finally happened, we were ecstatic but terrified, and whatever was in our house seemed to feed off that fear. Doors would slam shut with no draft. I'd hear my wife calling me from the kitchen, go downstairs and find the house empty. She'd been at work the whole time. One night she found all the framed photos of us turned face down, every single one, in every room. The whispering got worse too. I'd be in the shower and hear what sounded like dozens of voices just outside the curtain, all talking over each other too quietly for me to make out the words. I'd pull the curtain back, heart pounding, and find the bathroom empty. But the second I closed the curtain again, the voices would start up. I started dreading going home. My wife was 5 months pregnant, increasingly uncomfortable, and now dealing with these terrifying things happening around her. I could see the toll it was taking. She'd burst into tears randomly, saying she felt like something was watching her. She started sleeping with the lights on, just like I had as a kid. The breaking point came when she was home alone one afternoon. She called me at work, absolutely hysterical. She'd been napping on the couch when something grabbed her ankle hard enough to leave marks. She sent me a photo, 5 distinct fingerprints bruised into her skin. I left work immediately and found her sitting in her car in the driveway, refusing to go back inside. That night, I called the pastor from my childhood church. I wasn't particularly religious anymore, but I was desperate. He came over the next day and blessed the house, sprinkling holy water in every room while reciting prayers. He gave me a card with what he called an exorcist hotline, a number to call if things got worse and we needed more serious intervention. I honestly didn't expect anything to change. I figured at best it might make my wife feel a little safer. But the weirdest thing happened. Everything stopped, completely, immediately. The day after the blessing, the house was silent. No whispering, no objects moving, no cold spots, nothing. It's been 6 months now, and we haven't experienced a single unexplainable event. Our daughter was born healthy and perfect 3 months ago, and our home has remained peaceful. I still don't know what to make of all this. Was it actually something supernatural that followed me for over a decade? Was it some kind of psychological manifestation of trauma or stress? Was it just a series of coincidences and overactive imaginations? I don't have answers. What I do know is that for years I lived in fear of my own home. I dreaded the night, dreaded being alone, dreaded the footsteps and the whispers and the feeling of being watched. And now that it's gone, I'm almost waiting for it to come back. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m., straining to hear footsteps in the hallway, half expecting to see a figure in the doorway. The silence is a relief, but it's also strange after so many years of disturbances. I find myself wondering if it's really over, or if whatever it was is just gathering strength, waiting to return when we least expect it. For now, I'm trying to enjoy the peace while it lasts. Story 4. I still can't believe what happened to me last spring. I've tried talking to my roommates about it, but they just give me this look like I'm making it up or I was hallucinating from stress. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt, and almost 7 months later, I still get chills thinking about it. It was mid-April. Right in the middle of finals week at Stonecrest University. I'm a biology major with a chemistry minor, so my course load was absolutely brutal. I had been pulling all-nighters for days, surviving on energy drinks and microwave ramen. That particular night, I remember it was a Tuesday. I was camped out in our living room with my textbook spread across the coffee table. Our house is this old two-story rental about a mile from campus. It's nothing special, just your typical college house with creaky floors and questionable plumbing. 4 of us split the rent, but that night everyone else was either at the library or staying with friends to study. I had the whole place to myself, which I was actually grateful for. No distractions. It must have been around 2 a.m. when I realized I needed my molecular biology notebook. I'd been working on this complicated metabolic pathway diagram and couldn't remember the exact sequence of enzymes involved in the Krebs cycle. My brain was so fried that I couldn't recall the information from memory, and my notebook had all my detailed class notes. The notebook was upstairs in my bedroom, probably in my desk drawer where I usually kept it. I remember sighing because I was so comfortable on the couch with my blanket and didn't want to move. But I needed those notes, so I reluctantly got up. Our house has this narrow staircase that always creaks, no matter how carefully you walk on it. I didn't want to wake up my roommate Jen, who might have come home while I was studying, so I was extra quiet going upstairs. The hallway was dark, but I didn't bother turning on the light. I'd lived there for almost 2 years. I knew the layout well enough. My bedroom is the second door on the right. I pushed it open slowly, and the familiar smell of my lavender air freshener hit me. The room was dark, except for a bit of moonlight coming through the gap in my curtains. It cast this eerie bluish glow across my bed and the floor, but it was enough for me to navigate to my desk without bumping into anything. I remember thinking how quiet the house was. You know that kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing against your ears? That's how it felt. No sound from outside, no creaking of the house settling, just complete stillness. I made it to my desk and opened the top drawer where I usually keep my notebooks. I had to feel around a bit in the darkness before my hand found the spiral binding of my bio notebook. As I pulled it out, I felt a sudden drop in temperature, like 1 second it was normal, and the next it felt like someone had opened a freezer door right in my face. My first thought was that my roommate had left a window open, but when I glanced at my window, the curtains weren't moving. No breeze. I remember how the hair on my arms stood up, and I got this prickly sensation across the back of my neck. You know that feeling when you think someone's watching you? That's exactly what it felt like. I clutched my notebook to my chest and turned to leave. That's when I saw him. Standing between me and the door was a man. No, not just a man. He was impossibly tall, his head almost touching the ceiling, which must be at least 8 feet high. I couldn't make out his features clearly in the darkness, but I could see he was wearing what looked like formal clothes, not modern, but old-fashioned, like from another century. And on his head was this elaborate turban, wrapped in a way I'd never seen before. The most distinctive thing about him was this stone embedded in the front of his turban. Even in the darkness, it seemed to catch what little light was in the room and reflect it back with an unnatural glow. It wasn't bright enough to illuminate anything, but it had this strange shimmer to it, like it was somehow more there than everything else around it. I completely froze. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. It was like my entire body just shut down from shock. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. The figure didn't make any threatening moves toward me. He didn't speak. He just stood there looking at me. I couldn't see his eyes clearly, but I felt his gaze on me, intense and penetrating. Then he started walking forward, directly toward me. My brain was screaming at me to move, to run, to do something, but I remained frozen in place. He kept coming closer, his movements fluid and graceful despite his enormous height. And then he walked right through me. I don't mean he brushed past me or bumped into me. I mean, he literally passed through my physical body, like I was made of smoke. I felt it, this indescribable sensation of cold passing through every cell in my body. It wasn't painful, but it was the most violating feeling I've ever experienced. Like every atom of my being was momentarily separated and then put back together. The cold was intense but brief, lasting only for the second that he passed through me. And then it was gone, and so was he. I spun around, expecting to see him behind me, but there was nothing. The room was empty. For what felt like an eternity, I just stood there, clutching my notebook so hard my knuckles were white, trying to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Was I so sleep-deprived that I was hallucinating? But it had felt so real. That cold, that sensation of something passing through me. When I finally managed to make my body move again, I didn't run screaming from the room like you might expect. Instead, I walked stiffly back downstairs, sat down on the couch, and opened my notebook to the page I needed. It sounds crazy, I know. Who goes back to studying after seeing a ghost? But I think I was in shock. My brain couldn't process what had happened, so it defaulted to the task I had been focused on before. I sat there staring at my notes without really seeing them. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't even hold my pen properly. I kept replaying those few seconds in my mind, trying to make sense of it. The turban, the glowing stone, the impossible height of the figure, the sensation of him passing through me. None of it made any sense. After about 20 minutes of sitting there in a daze, I finally snapped out of it enough to realize how terrified I actually was. I grabbed my phone, ready to call someone, anyone, but stopped. What would I even say? Hey, a ghost in a turban just walked through me? Who would believe that? Instead, I texted my roommate Melissa, asking if she was coming home that night. She replied a few minutes later, saying she was staying at the library until morning. Part of me was relieved to know I wouldn't have to explain my state to anyone, but another part was terrified at the thought of being alone in the house. I couldn't bring myself to go back upstairs. I made a nest of blankets on the couch and tried to keep studying, thinking that focusing on complex biochemistry might distract me from what had happened. It didn't work. Every few minutes I would glance toward the stairs, half expecting to see the turbaned figure standing there. The rest of the night passed in a blur of anxiety and hypervigilance. Every creak of the house made me jump. I kept the TV on for background noise, unable to bear the silence. By the time the sun came up, my eyes were burning from lack of sleep, but there was no way I could have slept, even if I'd tried. When Melissa came home around 8 a.m., I tried to act normal. I didn't tell her what happened. How could I? It sounded insane even to me, and I was the one who experienced it. Over the next few days, I tried to convince myself it had been a hallucination caused by sleep deprivation and stress. That seemed like the only logical explanation. But deep down, I knew what I had felt. That cold, that sensation of something passing through me. It wasn't something my mind could have invented. About a week after it happened, when I'd calmed down enough to think clearly, I started researching. At first, I looked into the history of our rental house, thinking maybe there was a story about a previous tenant or owner that might explain what I saw. The house was built in the 1920s, but there was nothing remarkable about its history. No tragic deaths, no exotic foreign residents who might have worn a turban. I expanded my search to the neighborhood, then to Stonecrest as a whole. I spent hours in the university library, going through local history books and old newspapers on microfiche. Nothing. There was no record of anyone matching the description of the figure I'd seen. I even researched turbans and their cultural significance, thinking maybe the style could tell me something about where this entity might have originated from. The closest match I found was to certain formal turbans worn by wealthy Indian men in the 19th century, which sometimes had jewels or precious stones embedded in them as a sign of status. But there was no significant Indian population in Stonecrest's history that I could find. The more I researched and came up empty, the more unsettled I became. If this was a ghost, why was it in our house? What connection did it have to this place? Why did it appear to me specifically? I've always been a rational person. I believe in science, in things that can be proven and explained. Ghosts and supernatural phenomena never really fit into my worldview. But how else could I explain what happened? In the months since, I've told only a couple close friends about my experience. Most react with polite skepticism, changing the subject quickly. One suggested I might have experienced a hypnagogic hallucination, a vivid, dreamlike experience that can occur when transitioning between wakefulness and sleep. But I wasn't sleepy when it happened. I was fully alert. The strangest part is that nothing like this has happened since. No cold spots, no strange sightings, no inexplicable sensations. It's as if the turbaned figure appeared for that one specific moment and then vanished back to wherever he came from. Sometimes I wonder if he was trying to communicate something to me, but if so, I have no idea what the message was supposed to be. I still live in the same house, still sleep in the same bedroom, but I never go upstairs in the dark anymore. And sometimes when I'm studying late at night and the house gets quiet, I find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him standing there with that glowing stone in his turban. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night. Was it real? Was it a stress-induced hallucination? Some kind of crossed wiring in my brain? I've tried to find rational explanations, but none of them fully account for what I experienced. All I know is that for a brief moment, something impossible happened, something that makes me question everything I thought I knew about reality. And even though I've never seen the turbaned figure again, I can't shake the feeling that he's still out there somewhere, moving between worlds that we can't understand. What scares me most isn't the possibility that I saw a ghost. It's the possibility that what I experienced was real, and that there are things in this world, or beyond it, that exist completely outside our understanding. Things that can pass through solid matter, that appear and disappear without explanation, that defy everything we think we know about how the universe works. Sometimes I catch myself looking at people on the street, in my classes, in the grocery store, and wondering, are they all what they appear to be? Or are some of them like my turbaned visitor, entities that just happen to be passing through our world on their way somewhere else? I still don't have answers, just questions, and the memory of that cold sensation as something impossible walked through me on an ordinary Tuesday night when all I wanted was my biology notebook. Story 5. I still don't know how to explain what happened after my dad died. It's been almost 2 years, and I'm writing this down because I need to make sense of it somehow. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar. Dad was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer in January 2021. It was aggressive, and the doctors gave him about 6 months. He fought hard, but the cancer was relentless. By August, he was bedridden. The hospice nurse came by daily, adjusting his pain medication and helping my mom care for him. I moved back home to Bayshore to help. It's a quiet coastal town where nothing much happens. Our house sits on a small bluff overlooking the ocean. Nothing fancy, just a weathered 2-story with a wide porch where Dad used to sit for hours watching the waves. He loved that view. Dad passed on September 10th. He'd been unconscious for 3 days, and we were all there when he took his last breath, Mom, my brother Ryan, and me. The hospice nurse said it was heart failure in the end, which is common with late-stage cancer patients. Dad wasn't particularly religious, and neither were we. He'd joke that the ocean was his church and the seagulls his choir. We decided to have his body brought back to the house before the funeral, an old tradition in our family. The funeral home arranged everything, placing his casket in our living room. Extended family came by to pay respects, and that's when the first strange thing happened. I was in the kitchen making coffee when I heard my aunt gasp. I ran into the living room to find her, my uncle, my cousin and my mom, all staring at the door leading to Dad's study. The key was in the lock. We'd kept it locked since Dad got sick because he didn't want anyone going through his things. As we watched, the key turned by itself. Not just a little, but a full rotation. Then the door swung open. No one was anywhere near it. My uncle tried to laugh it off, saying it must be a draft, but the windows were closed and there was no breeze. My mom just smiled sadly and said, "That's just Bob, checking his papers." She walked into his study, straightened a few books on his desk, and came out. I remember the goosebumps that ran up my arms. I'm not superstitious, but I couldn't explain what we'd all seen. The funeral was 3 days later. We scattered Dad's ashes off the cliffs near our house, his favorite spot. That should have been the end of the story, but it wasn't, not by a long shot. About a week after the funeral, Mom called me, sounding confused. She'd found a white feather stuck to the kitchen floor. Now, finding a feather isn't strange, except this one was somehow adhering to the smooth tile floor. It wasn't blown around by the air conditioning or moved when she walked past it. It was just stuck there, as if glued. When she finally picked it up, it came away easily in her hand. I told her it was probably just static electricity or something, though I couldn't really explain it. 2 days later, she found another white feather hanging on the wind chimes on the porch, Dad's favorite spot. Again, not necessarily strange, except there was no wind that day, and the feather was somehow attached to the metal chime, pointing straight out. I started keeping track after the third feather. Mom was using Dad's old riding lawnmower when a white feather landed directly on her foot. She was wearing closed shoes and long pants, and the mower was kicking up dust and debris in every direction. How did a pristine white feather manage to land perfectly on her foot and stay there until she stopped the mower? By the end of October, we documented 12 white feathers, each appearing in increasingly impossible circumstances. One materialized on Mom's steering wheel while she was driving to the grocery store. The windows were up, the AC was on, and she swears it wasn't there when she started the car. She had to pull over because she was shaking so badly. I'm a marine biologist. I work with empirical evidence and scientific method. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits or messages from beyond. But I couldn't explain away what was happening. I tried. God, I tried. It's just confirmation bias, I told Mom. We're noticing feathers because we're looking for signs of Dad. But that didn't explain the feather that appeared inside my sealed lunch container at work, or the one Ryan found in his shower when he lived 3 states away. In November, Mom, Ryan and I took a trip to Cancun. Something Dad had always wanted to do, but never got around to. We thought it would help us heal, give us a change of scenery. The feathers followed us there. The first day, Mom found a white feather in her suitcase when she unpacked, tucked between clothes she'd folded herself before leaving. The next day, one appeared on her beach towel when she returned from a swim. Ryan found one in his shoe. But the most inexplicable incident happened on our third night. We were sitting on the balcony of our hotel room, overlooking the ocean. It was windy, and we were reminiscing about Dad, sharing stories and laughing for the first time since he'd passed. Mum shifted in her chair, and there, underneath where she'd been sitting, was a perfect white feather. She picked it up with trembling hands and said she needed to lie down. Ryan and I stayed outside, discussing rational explanations. Birds on the balcony, feather-filled pillows, anything that made sense. After about 20 minutes, we heard Mom call out. Her voice was strange, high-pitched and shaky. We went inside to find her standing in the middle of the room, pointing at the coffee table where a white feather sat perfectly centered. "That wasn't there when I came in," she whispered. Then she pointed to the bed. Another feather lay on the pillow. The balcony door was closed. The room windows were sealed shut. It was a high-rise hotel with AC, not openable windows. No one had entered the room. The three of us stood there, staring at the feathers, unable to speak. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Dad, about the feathers, about everything I believed about life and death. I got up and Googled white feathers after death at 3 a.m. and was shocked to find thousands of results. Apparently, white feathers are commonly reported by people grieving loved ones. Many cultures believe they're signs from those who've passed, a way of saying, "I'm still here." I read accounts similar to ours. Feathers appearing in sealed rooms, in moving cars, in places where they couldn't possibly be. People finding them at significant moments or when they were thinking about their loved ones. The rational part of my brain kept searching for explanations. Coincidence, suggestion, heightened awareness, making us notice ordinary occurrences. But the feathers kept coming, appearing in ways that defied explanation. In December, Mom was going through Dad's clothes, finally ready to donate them. As she folded his favorite flannel shirt, a white feather floated out from between the buttons. She called me crying. "He's still here, Miranda," she sobbed. "He's letting us know he's okay." I wanted to believe her. Part of me did. But the scientist in me kept resisting, kept looking for rational explanations. Then came the night that broke through my skepticism. I was staying at Mom's, sleeping in my old bedroom. It was storming outside, one of those violent coastal storms with howling wind and pounding rain. I woke up around midnight feeling unsettled. The house was creaking and groaning in the wind. I got up to check the windows, making sure everything was secure. As I passed Dad's study, which Mom had left exactly as it was when he died, I noticed the door was ajar. I distinctly remembered closing it before going to bed, but figured the latch hadn't caught properly. I pushed the door open and switched on the light. The room was exactly as it should be. Dad's desk with his reading glasses still perched on a stack of nautical charts, his favorite armchair by the window, bookshelves lined with marine biology textbooks and novels. But there, on the keyboard of his computer, was a perfect white feather. The computer was off. The windows were closed and locked from the inside. The air vents weren't even near the desk. There was absolutely no explanation for how that feather got there. I picked it up with shaking hands. It was soft and light, almost luminous in the dim room. As I held it, I felt an overwhelming sense of presence, not frightening but comforting. The air seemed to thicken around me, and for a brief moment I caught a whiff of Dad's aftershave, Old Spice and salt air. "Dad?" I whispered, feeling ridiculous and hopeful all at once. The feather seemed to grow warmer in my palm. The storm outside suddenly quieted, just for a moment, as if taking a breath. Then the wind howled again, and the feeling passed. But I stood there for a long time, clutching that feather, tears streaming down my face. Since that night, the feathers have continued to appear. Not as frequently, but always at significant moments. On the anniversary of Dad's death at my brother's wedding, the day Mom decided to finally sell the house. Always white, always perfectly formed, always in places they couldn't possibly be. I've collected them all, 37 so far. They're in a glass box on my bookshelf. Sometimes I open it and touch them, trying to recapture that feeling I had in Dad's study. Sometimes I succeed. I've stopped trying to explain the inexplicable. I've stopped trying to reconcile my scientific mind with what my heart knows to be true. All I know is that something is happening that defies rational explanation, and it brings comfort to my family. Yesterday was my birthday. I found a white feather inside my wallet when I opened it to pay for coffee, tucked between credit cards in a compartment I hadn't opened in weeks. I didn't tell anyone. I just smiled, touched it gently and whispered, "Thanks, Dad." I don't know what happens after we die. I don't know if consciousness continues or if there's some kind of existence beyond what we understand. But I know that something is happening that I can't explain, and for now, that's enough. The feathers keep coming, and in some strange way, they're helping us heal. Whatever they are, signs, coincidences, or something else entirely, they've changed how I see the world. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in my philosophy, as Shakespeare said. And sometimes, those things come in the form of impossible white feathers. Story 6. Decay. I'm still freaking out about what happened last night, and I just need to get this off my chest. I've been staying at my mom's house in Ravenwood for the past week, while my dad's away on a business trip to Seattle. I'm 19, and I know it sounds childish, but I didn't want her to be alone in that house. Now I'm wondering if I should have just let her stay by herself. Our house has always given me the creeps, even when I was little. It's this old 2-story place that my parents bought cheap when I was about 7. It's got this weird layout with a long hallway connecting most of the rooms, and there's always been these cold spots that make no sense. Growing up, I always told myself it was just an old house being an old house, but after what happened last night, I don't know what to believe anymore. So yesterday started out totally normal. I woke up around 10 a.m., had breakfast with Mom, and then just hung around watching Netflix and doing some assignments for my online classes. Mom was busy with work stuff in her home office most of the day. Nothing weird happened during daylight hours. It never does. Around 8 p.m., Mom decided to take a shower, and I went to lie down in her bedroom to call my sister Jen. She's away at college in another state, and we try to catch up at least once a week. I was sprawled out on my mum's bed with the lights on, just chatting with Jen about her classes and some party she went to last weekend. That's when it happened. I was lying on my back with my legs stretched out on the bed, wearing shorts because it was pretty warm last night. In the middle of our conversation, I felt something touch my right leg. At first, I thought maybe it was a hair or something tickling me, so I brushed at it without really thinking. But then I felt it again, more distinctly this time. It felt like fingers, human fingers. They were slowly tracing a line from my ankle up to my knee. I jumped up immediately, dropping my phone on the bed. I could hear Jen asking if I was okay, but I couldn't speak for a second. I was just staring at my leg, but there was nothing there, nothing at all. Yet I could still feel the sensation of where those fingers had been, like a lingering touch. "Elise, are you still there?" Jen kept asking. When I finally picked the phone back up, my voice was shaking. Something just touched me, on my leg. I felt fingers touching my leg. Jen tried to calm me down, suggesting it was probably just a bug or something. I wanted to believe her, but bugs don't feel like human fingers pressing against your skin. It wasn't light like an insect crawling. It was deliberate pressure, like when someone's trying to get your attention by touching you. My mom came in right after her shower and found me still freaked out. I told her what happened, and she suggested the same thing as Jen, probably just an insect I didn't see. She even checked the bed and the floor, but found nothing. I tried to explain that what I felt couldn't have been an insect, but I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She never does when weird stuff happens in this house. I tried to shake it off and went back to my own room to watch some videos to distract myself. By midnight, I started feeling hungry since I hadn't eaten much at dinner. Mom was already asleep, so I quietly went downstairs to the kitchen to grab some leftovers. Our kitchen is at the end of this long hallway that runs through the ground floor. The hallway has 4 doors, one to the living room, one to the dining room, one to a bathroom, and one to a small storage closet. The closet door has been broken for years. It doesn't sit right in the frame, so you have to really push it hard to close it, and it takes a good amount of force to pull it open too. Dad's been saying he'll fix it forever, but he never gets around to it. I heated up some pasta in the microwave, ate it standing by the counter, and then headed back toward the stairs. As I was walking down the hallway, I noticed the closet door was slightly ajar. Mum's really particular about keeping doors closed, especially this one because it looks messy inside, so I stopped to push it shut. Like always, I had to put my shoulder into it to get it to close completely. Once I was sure it was fully closed, I turned away and continued toward the stairs. I only made it about 3 steps when I heard the loudest bang I've ever heard in my life. It was like someone had kicked that door with all their strength, like they were trying to break it down. The sound echoed through the entire hallway, and I swear I felt the floor vibrate. It was so loud and sudden that I screamed and spun around. The closet door was wide open, not just a little open, completely open, like someone had flung it with enormous force. I stood there frozen, my heart hammering in my chest. That door doesn't just open on its own. It's physically difficult to open even when you're trying to. And the sound, it wasn't the sound of a door slowly creaking open. It was violent, angry, like someone was announcing their presence. I was terrified to move. The hallway suddenly felt so much longer, and the stairs seemed miles away. I kept staring at the open doorway, half expecting something to emerge from the darkness of the closet. There was nothing visible, but I had this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. When I finally got the courage to move, I ran up those stairs faster than I ever have in my life. I burst into my mum's room and woke her up, sobbing and trying to explain what had just happened. She got up and checked the hallway with me, and sure enough, the closet door was standing wide open. Mom tried to rationalize it. Maybe it wasn't properly closed. Maybe the house settled. Maybe there was a draft. But I know what I heard. That wasn't the sound of a door gently swinging open from a draft. That was the sound of something wanting me to know it was there. The worst part is, this isn't the first weird thing that's happened in this house. It's just the most terrifying. About 3 months ago, I woke up with these scratches on my back that I couldn't explain. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there. 3 parallel lines running from my shoulder blade down about 4 inches. I hadn't been anywhere or done anything that could have caused them. I was alone in my room all night. 2 weeks after that, I was sitting at my desk doing homework when I felt a sharp tug on my hair, hard enough that it pulled some strands out. I spun around thinking someone was behind me, but my room was empty, and my door was closed. I found the strands of my hair on the floor behind my chair. Last month, when I was home for a weekend visit, I went into our garage to get something from my car. When I turned around to go back inside, a heavy toolbox that had been sitting on a shelf suddenly fell to the floor, missing me by inches. What freaked me out was that the shelf wasn't tilted, and the toolbox had been pushed far back from the edge. It would have had to move forward several inches before it could fall. My mum thinks I'm being dramatic about all this. She says old houses make weird noises and do strange things, but these aren't just creaky floorboards or pipes knocking. Something touched me last night. Something physical enough to press against my skin. Something strong enough to force open a door that's difficult for even a grown man to open. After the door incident, I couldn't sleep at all. I stayed in my mum's room, and we left the lights and TV on. I kept watching the doorway, terrified that whatever had touched me and opened that door would come into the room next. Every time the house made even the slightest noise, I jumped. This morning I'm exhausted but too wired to sleep. Mom got up for work like nothing happened, but I can't shake this feeling that something in this house is getting more aggressive. It started with subtle things, objects moving slightly, odd noises, but now it's escalated to physical contact and violent demonstrations. The touches on my leg weren't random. They were deliberate, slow, like something testing boundaries. And that door, that wasn't just about making noise. It was a show of strength, a way of saying, I can do this, and you can't stop me. I don't know what to do. We can't just leave. This is our family home, and my mum can't afford to move. My dad won't be back for another week, and I don't think he'd believe me anyway. He never does when it comes to this stuff. I'm sitting in the living room right now, with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. I've never been so aware of being alone in a space that doesn't feel empty. I keep looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something, or feeling invisible fingers reaching for me again. The most terrifying thought is wondering what happens next. If whatever is here can touch me and move heavy objects, what else can it do? And why is it focusing on me? Is it because I'm younger? Because I acknowledge it while my parents pretend nothing's happening? I'm typing this on my phone because I'm too scared to go upstairs to get my laptop. The closet door is closed again, but I had to walk past it to get to the living room, and it took everything in me not to run. I keep staring at it from here, half expecting it to fly open again. What do you do when something invisible can touch you? When you're in your own home but don't feel safe? I can't explain this to friends without sounding crazy, and my family thinks I'm overreacting. I just checked the time. It's been almost 24 hours since I felt those fingers on my leg. I've been sitting in this same spot for hours, afraid to move around the house alone. Mom texted that she'll be home late from work. The sun is starting to set, and I'm dreading the darkness. I've never been so afraid of night falling. Wait, I just heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, slow footsteps, like someone walking heel to toe across my bedroom floor. My mom isn't home. My dad is across the country. There shouldn't be anyone upstairs. The footsteps stopped right above where I'm sitting. Now there's a scratching sound, like fingernails dragging slowly across my ceiling. Story 7. I don't know if I'm writing this for closure or just to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. I'm 29 now, but I still get uneasy whenever I see shadows stretching across walls. It all started when I was in 2nd grade, living in Pine Grove with my mom, dad, and my twin older brothers. Halloween has never been the same for me since that night. I was 7 years old, and we'd just gotten back from trick-or-treating around the neighborhood. I remember being so excited about my costume. I was a ninja that year. My brothers were both zombies, and they kept trying to scare me the whole night. But I was too busy counting how many chocolate bars I'd gotten to care. When we got back to my mum's apartment, I was sticky with sweat under my costume and had chocolate smeared around my mouth. Mom insisted I take a shower before digging further into my candy stash. I remember being annoyed because I just wanted to trade candies with my brothers, but I grudgingly agreed. The bathroom in my mom's apartment had this weird layout. The light switch was outside the door, and the shower had these frosted glass sliding doors. I locked the door behind me like I always did. I was at that age where privacy suddenly mattered, and started undressing. I tossed my ninja costume onto the toilet seat and turned on the shower, waiting for the water to heat up. The bathroom started filling with steam, and I stepped into the shower, sliding the glass door closed. I was washing my hair, eyes closed to avoid the shampoo sting, when I felt this, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like a drop in temperature, like when you walk past an open freezer at the grocery store. I opened my eyes, and through the foggy glass door, I saw something moving across the wall. At first, I thought maybe it was one of my brothers trying to scare me. They were always doing stuff like that. But this was different. It wasn't a person. It was a shadow, but moving by itself. It was shaped like a man, tall and thin, but completely black. Not like a normal shadow where you can kind of make out details. This was pure darkness, like a hole cut into reality. It actually ran, across the wall next to the shower, and then it was gone, just disappeared. I stood there frozen with shampoo still in my hair. The water suddenly felt ice cold. I rinsed off as fast as I could, nearly slipping twice. When I went to get out, I was shaking so badly that I caught my foot on the metal track of the shower door. It sliced a cut into the arch of my foot, and I remember watching the blood swirl down the drain, somehow more terrified of going back out into the bathroom than of the bleeding. I bandaged my foot with some toilet paper, got dressed in record time, and bolted out of the bathroom. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. Who would believe a kid on Halloween night? They'd think I was making up stories or that my brothers had scared me. That night, I was too scared to sleep in my own room. I asked Mom if I could sleep with her, making up some excuse about having bad dreams from a scary movie my brothers had told me about. She let me crawl into her bed, and I remember feeling safe with the hallway light on, casting a reassuring glow through the crack in the bedroom door. I must have dozed off eventually, but something woke me in the middle of the night. I opened my eyes, and there it was again. The same shadow figure running down the hallway past Mom's room. I watched, paralyzed, as it ran into my bedroom and vanished into the darkness. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just lay there, eyes wide open until morning came, pretending to be asleep whenever Mom stirred. After that night, it kept coming back. Not every night at first, but often enough that I started to dread bedtime. I never told anyone at school. How could I explain that a shadow was visiting me at night? They'd laugh at me, or worse, think I was crazy. About 6 months after that first sighting, we moved to another apartment complex, still in Pine Grove. I was hopeful that we'd leave the shadow behind, but deep down, I think I already knew it would follow us. The new apartment was bigger, and I had my own room again. Mom bought me a nightlight. I'd been having nightmares so frequently that she thought it might help. I remember the nightlight was shaped like a rocket ship, casting a soft blue glow around my room. I thought maybe, just maybe, with enough light, the shadow wouldn't come. I was wrong. In the new place, it changed its pattern. Instead of running past doorways or across rooms, it would appear directly on my bedroom wall. I'd be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep, when I'd feel that familiar cold sensation wash over me. Then, from the corner of my eye, I'd see movement on the wall opposite my bed. The shadow man would just stand there, not moving much, sometimes shifting slightly, like someone swaying while standing still. It never stepped off the wall, never tried to approach me, but its presence filled the entire room with dread. I could feel it watching me, even though it had no visible eyes, no face at all, just a human-shaped void. The weird thing is, as terrifying as it was, I preferred seeing it on the wall to not seeing it at all. At least, when I could see it, I knew where it was. The nights when it didn't appear were almost worse. I'd lie awake wondering if it was hiding somewhere, waiting until I closed my eyes. I started sleeping with my back against the wall, facing my room, refusing to turn away from where it might appear. My mum thought I was developing some kind of anxiety disorder. She took me to a doctor who prescribed some kind of children's anti-anxiety medication, but obviously that did nothing to stop the shadow man. I wasn't the only one experiencing things in that apartment. My oldest brother, by 12 minutes, as he always reminded us, started talking about seeing what he described as demonic dogs running through the hallways at night. He said they had no fur, just leathery black skin pulled tight over their bones, with glowing red eyes. He'd see them dart from the bathroom to the living room, or from my parents' bedroom into the kitchen, always just at the edge of his vision. Mom believed us. That's the thing. She never doubted what we were seeing. She'd had her own experiences growing up, though she rarely talked about them. Dad was more skeptical, always looking for rational explanations, branches casting shadows through windows, headlights from passing cars, our overactive imaginations. The worst incident happened during our last week in that apartment. We were moving again, not because of the shadows and apparitions, but because Mom and Dad had split up and we couldn't afford the place anymore. Most of our stuff was already packed in boxes, and the apartment felt hollow and strange, our voices echoing off empty walls. I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor of my empty room when I woke up needing to use the bathroom. I crept down the hallway, not wanting to wake anyone. On my way back, I passed my mom's room. Her door was open, and I could see her sleeping on her mattress, a single blanket pulled up to her chest. As I stood there, I saw something begin to rise beneath her blanket, near the foot of her bed. At first, I thought she was just moving her leg, but this kept rising, getting taller, forming a shape. The blanket stretched upward until it was the height of a person standing on the bed. I remember trying to scream, but no sound came out. I remember the shape turning toward me, still completely covered by the blanket. After that, my memory gets fuzzy. I don't know if I blacked out from fear or if my brain just refused to store whatever happened next. The next thing I clearly remember is sitting at the kitchen table the next morning, my mom asking me why I was so pale, if I was feeling sick. I tried to tell her what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. I just started crying. She held me for a long time, and finally I managed to tell her about the Shadow Man, about all the times I'd seen him, about what had happened the night before. She didn't dismiss me or tell me it was just a bad dream. She just nodded and said, "Sometimes things attach themselves to people, especially sensitive people." We moved out 3 days later. In the new house, the appearances became less frequent, but they never stopped completely. Throughout elementary school and into middle school, I'd still occasionally wake up to find the Shadow Man standing on my wall, watching silently. By high school, the visits had reduced to maybe once or twice a year. The last time I saw it was when I moved into my first apartment after college. I'd spent the whole day moving boxes and furniture, and I collapsed into bed exhausted around midnight. I woke up around 3 a.m. with that familiar cold feeling washing over me, and there it was, on the wall across from my bed, standing perfectly still. We stared at each other, or at least that's what it felt like, for what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, for the first time ever, it did something different. It raised one shadowy arm and seemed to point at me. Then it faded away, not quickly like it usually did, but slowly, like ink dissolving in water. I haven't seen it since, but I still sleep with a small light on. I still can't fully relax in dark rooms. I still check the walls before I close my eyes. My brothers have their own stories. The older one still occasionally sees those dogs, even in his own home now, with his wife and kids. The younger one never saw what we saw, but he's had his own strange experiences. We talk about it sometimes when we get together for holidays. Mom still believes us, still thinks something attached itself to our family. Dad still thinks it was just childhood imagination and coincidences. I don't know what the Shadow Man was, or why it chose to appear to me that Halloween night. I don't know if it was trying to communicate something, or if it was malevolent, or if it was just there. What I do know is that it was real. As real as the scar I still have on my foot from the shower door, as real as the goosebumps I get right now, writing this out. Sometimes I wonder if it's still watching, waiting to show itself again, or maybe it found someone else to haunt. All I know is that when my nephew told me last Christmas that he'd seen a dark man standing in his room at night, I didn't tell him it wasn't real. I just asked him where he'd seen it. When he pointed to the wall, my blood ran cold. "If you see him again," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "just remember, he stays on the wall. He can't get you from there. At least, that's what I've always told myself." Nashun. Story 8. I've never told anyone about this. I mean, I've mentioned the allergic reaction part to a few people over the years, but never the whole thing. I wouldn't even be typing this now if my therapist hadn't suggested I needed to process the experience instead of letting it sit inside me for all these years. So here goes nothing. I was 15 when it happened. Our biology teacher, Mrs. Alvarez, had arranged this field trip to the medical school in Monteverde as part of our human anatomy unit. She kept saying what a special opportunity it was, how most high school students never get to see real human anatomy up close. Looking back, I wish I'd just pretended to be sick that day. The medical school was this big modern building with lots of glass and steel. I remember it was unusually cold that morning, and I hadn't brought a jacket. That detail sticks with me because I spent the whole bus ride there shivering, which my friend Mariana kept teasing me about. "It's just nerves, Sophia," she said. "You're afraid of the dead bodies." I laughed it off, but she wasn't wrong. When we arrived, this tall professor with wire-frame glasses met us in the lobby. He talked briefly about the importance of donating bodies to science and how these specimens, that's what he called them, were helping train future doctors. He made us all sign these forms promising we wouldn't take photos or touch anything without permission. The amphitheater was on the 3rd floor. It was this circular room with rows of seats looking down at a central area where they had 5 examination tables. Each table had a body on it, covered with blue sheets. The smell hit me immediately. Chemical and sharp, like the cleaning products my mom uses, but 100 times stronger. It burned my nose and made my eyes water. The professor told us to take seats in the top rows, while medical students worked below. There were about 15 med students, most in their 20s, wearing scrubs and latex gloves. What bothered me right away was how casual they were. One guy was literally eating a sandwich between examining body parts. A group in the corner was laughing about something on someone's phone. There was even music playing from a small Bluetooth speaker, some reggaeton hit that had been popular that summer. I couldn't understand how they could be so normal around dead people. These were actual humans who had families and lives and dreams, and now they were just there, being picked apart while Despacito played in the background. Our teacher motioned for us to pay attention as the professor began explaining the procedure. The med students pulled back the sheets, and I saw them for the first time. 5 bodies, already partially dissected from previous sessions. Their skin looked waxy and yellowish-grey. One was an elderly man with wispy white hair still on his head. Another was a middle-aged woman whose chest cavity was completely open, revealing organs that didn't look anything like our textbook diagrams. I couldn't take my eyes off her face. Her eyes were closed, but her expression wasn't peaceful. It was just empty, like everything that made her a person had left, and now she was just material. The professor kept talking about muscle groups and organ systems, but I wasn't really listening anymore. I felt this overwhelming wave of sadness for these people. Did they know this is what would happen to them? That strangers would cut them open while chatting about weekend plans? That high schoolers would stare at them? I wondered what their names had been, what kind of lives they'd lived. One of the medical students noticed me staring and gave me this weird smile, like he was amused by my discomfort. He held up a scalpel and made a little cutting motion in the air. I looked away immediately, my heart pounding. After about an hour, we were allowed to move closer, row by row, to see specific things the professor wanted to show us. When it was our turn, Mariana practically dragged me down to the front. She was fascinated, asking questions about everything. I just tried to breathe through my mouth and not look directly at the faces. The professor was pointing out something about the liver when I started feeling weird. Not just uncomfortable weird, but physically off. My skin felt too tight, like it was shrinking around me. I thought maybe it was just the formaldehyde or whatever chemicals they used, so I didn't say anything. When we finally left the amphitheater, I felt relieved but still strange. On the bus ride back to school, I couldn't stop thinking about those bodies. I kept seeing the woman's face, imagining her alive, wondering if she knew that someday strangers would look inside her body while pop music played. Mariana was busy telling everyone how cool it was, how she definitely wanted to be a doctor now. I just leaned my head against the window and tried to focus on the buildings passing by. We got back to school around noon. Everything seemed surreal. Kids laughing in the hallways, teachers handing out worksheets, the cafeteria serving the same gross pizza they always did on Thursdays. How could everything be so normal when I'd just watched people casually cutting up human bodies? I was in Spanish class when it started. At first, it was just an itch in my throat. I asked to go get water, thinking that would help. By the time I reached the water fountain, my tongue felt swollen. I tried to swallow and couldn't. That's when the panic hit me. I stumbled back toward the classroom, but only made it halfway down the hall before my legs gave out. I fell against the wall, sliding down to the floor. A teacher I didn't know, I think from the math department, saw me and ran over. I couldn't speak, couldn't tell her what was happening. My throat was closing up completely. My arms started doing this weird thing. They curved inward toward my chest like they were being pulled by invisible strings. I couldn't straighten them. My fingers curled into tight fists that I couldn't open. I remember the teacher yelling for someone to call the nurse, and then everything becomes a blur of faces and voices and movement. They carried me to the infirmary. The school nurse took one look at me and said it was anaphylaxis, a severe allergic reaction. She immediately gave me an injection, probably epinephrine. I expected immediate relief, but nothing happened. I still couldn't breathe. The edges of my vision were getting dark, and strange colored spots floated in front of me. My chest felt like someone was sitting on it. The nurse looked worried now. She gave me a second injection while someone else called an ambulance. I could hear them talking, but their voices sounded far away, like they were at the other end of a tunnel. The nurse kept saying, "Stay with us, Sophia. The ambulance is coming." But I was slipping away. I could feel it. The darkness at the edges of my vision was spreading inward, and with it came this strange spiral pattern, black and red, swirling together like paint being mixed. I was terrified. I knew with absolute certainty that I was dying. Right there on a plastic-covered cot in my school infirmary, with the smell of disinfectant in the air and the sound of someone crying nearby. 15 years old, and this was it. And that's when it happened. In that moment of pure terror and acceptance, I heard it. A voice. No, not a voice. Voices. Many voices speaking together in perfect unison. The sound was inside my head, but also all around me, like it came from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was deafening but crystal clear. "No vasa morir," they said. "You are not going to die." The voices were neither male nor female, neither young nor old. They spoke with such authority, such absolute certainty, that I believed them instantly. The fear that had been crushing me suddenly lifted. The voices had promised I would live, so I would. Within minutes, the medicine finally started working. My throat opened up enough to take shallow breaths. My arms relaxed from their twisted position against my chest. The school nurse looked relieved but confused by my sudden improvement. When the paramedics arrived, my breathing was almost back to normal. They took me to the hospital anyway, where doctors ran tests and kept me overnight for observation. They couldn't figure out what had caused the reaction. I hadn't eaten anything unusual. I had no known allergies. One doctor suggested it might have been exposure to chemicals at the medical school, but couldn't explain why none of my classmates had similar reactions. My parents were freaked out, of course. My mum barely left my side in the hospital, kept asking if I'd taken drugs or eaten something strange. My dad wanted to sue the school for negligence. I didn't tell any of them about the voices. I knew how it would sound. After I was released, I tried to convince myself it had been a hallucination caused by oxygen deprivation. The brain does weird things when it's starving for air, right? That had to be it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. I started having dreams about the cadavers from the medical school. Not nightmares exactly, just dreams where they were alive, telling me their stories. In one recurring dream, the woman with the open chest would sit up and say, "We're not all gone, you know. Parts of us remain." Weeks passed, then months. I mostly put the incident behind me, focused on school, tried to be normal. But sometimes when I was alone, I'd think about those voices and get chills. Why did they speak to me? Why in the second person? Why with such certainty? About a year later, I was reading about near-death experiences for a psychology paper when a thought hit me. What if it wasn't an allergic reaction at all? What if something from that medical facility had attached itself to me? Maybe one of the cadavers or something that lingered in that space where so many had died. Maybe when I felt that overwhelming empathy for them, I created some kind of connection. Maybe whatever it was tried to take me, to pull me into death. And maybe something else stopped it. Guardian angel. God. The collective consciousness of those who had passed. I don't know. I just know that someone or something intervened precisely when I was slipping away. It's been years now, and I've never had another experience like it. No more allergic reactions, no more voices. I've avoided hospitals and medical settings as much as possible. I changed my mind about becoming a veterinarian because I couldn't handle the anatomy classes. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just being paranoid, if it really was just a random medical emergency with a side of oxygen-starved hallucination. But then I remember the absolute authority in those voices, how they spoke in perfect unison, how they knew I wouldn't die, even as my body was shutting down, how they calmed me instantly in a moment of pure terror. That wasn't a hallucination. It was too real, too powerful. I don't know what happened to me that day. I don't know if my sympathy for those cadavers somehow connected me to the world of the dead, or if something else entirely was at work. I just know that something spoke to me when I was on the threshold between life and death, and whatever it was, it sent me back. Sometimes I still dream about that woman on the table. In my dreams, she smiles at me and says, "Now you understand." But I don't. Not really. I just live with the knowledge that there's something beyond what we can see or explain, something that, for whatever reason, decided it wasn't my time to go. I wish I had a better ending to this story, some revelation or explanation that makes sense of it all. But there isn't one. Just the memory of those voices speaking as one, telling me with absolute certainty that I would live, and the lingering question of why they chose to save me and what exactly it was I encountered that day at the medical school in Monteverde. Story 9. I never believed in ghosts. I'm still not sure I do, even after what happened. I've always been the skeptical type, quick to find rational explanations for things that go bump in the night. Up until 2016, I'd roll my eyes whenever friends would share their ghost stories over beers. But sometimes life throws something at you that doesn't fit neatly into your understanding of the world. It started in October 2016. We were renovating the main floor of our house in a quiet suburb just outside Edmonton, Alberta. Nothing fancy, just updating the kitchen and living room that had been stuck in the early 90s since we bought the place. The contractor estimated it would take about 2 months, so my husband and I temporarily relocated to our finished basement. The basement wasn't bad. We had a decent bedroom set up, a small bathroom, and a sitting area with a TV. It was a little chilly at night as Canadian autumn settled in, but we had extra blankets and a space heater that kept things comfortable enough. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. The renovation was going as planned, if a bit dusty and noisy during the day. I was sleeping fine despite the unfamiliar surroundings. My husband works in the oil industry and was away on a 2-week rotation at the time, so I had the house to myself most nights. Then came that Wednesday night in early November. I'd gone to bed around 11 p.m. after binge-watching some shows on Netflix. Nothing unusual about the evening. I'd made a microwave dinner, talked to my husband on the phone for about 20 minutes, and then settled in for the night. I remember checking that all the doors were locked, which had become almost a compulsion since I was sleeping alone in the basement. I fell asleep quickly but woke up with a jolt at exactly 3 a.m. I know the time because the first thing I did was check my phone, which was charging on the nightstand beside me. What woke me wasn't a noise from the construction above or the house settling. It was a voice, clear as day, right in the room with me. A woman's voice had called out, "Kathy," just that one word. But the way it was said, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It wasn't a friendly call. The voice was dark, almost growling. The best way I can describe it is that it sounded wrong, almost demonic, low and gravelly in a way that no human voice should sound. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. The basement was pitch black, except for the faint blue glow of my phone screen. I listened, straining my ears for any other sound, wondering if I'd dreamed it. After about 30 seconds of complete silence, I reached over and switched on the bedside lamp. The warm light flooded the room, revealing nothing out of the ordinary, just my basement bedroom with its beige walls and IKEA furniture. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and shaky. No response. I got out of bed, my legs feeling unsteady beneath me. I checked the bathroom first, empty. Then I moved to the small sitting area, also empty. I even looked in the storage room and laundry area. Nothing was disturbed, and no one was there. Still not satisfied, I grabbed my phone and the baseball bat we kept downstairs, my husband's idea when he started working away, and headed upstairs to the main floor. The renovation mess was exactly as I'd left it. Plastic sheets hanging over doorways, tools neatly packed away for the night, half-finished cabinets waiting for their doors. I checked every room, every closet, even peered into the attic hatch. Nothing. No one. I went back downstairs and checked all the basement windows and the exit to the backyard. Everything was locked from the inside, undisturbed. I spent the next hour checking every electronic device in the house. TV, radio, old intercom system, my laptop, even the security system. Anything that could have possibly made that sound. Everything was either off or functioning normally. By 4:30 a.m., I had to accept that there was no logical explanation I could find. I left all the lights on and sat up in bed until morning, too unsettled to sleep. The name Kathy kept nagging at me. It wasn't random. Kathy is my ex-mother-in-law's name from my first marriage that ended 8 years ago. We weren't close, and I hadn't spoken to her in years. I hadn't even been thinking about her or my ex recently. There was no reason for her name to be on my mind. I called my husband the next day, but didn't tell him what happened. I didn't want him to worry while he was away, and honestly, I felt a bit foolish. What was I going to say? I heard a creepy voice call out your ex-mother-in-law's name at 3 a.m. I'd sound crazy. For the next few weeks I was on edge. I left lights on, kept the TV running for background noise, and even considered staying with my sister until my husband returned. But nothing happened. No voices, no strange sounds, nothing out of place. I started to convince myself that I'd experienced some weird half-dream state, maybe stress from the renovation or something I ate. Then, about 3 weeks after the voice incident, it happened again, but different. It was a Tuesday night, and I'd gone to bed around midnight after finishing some work emails. I remember feeling particularly tired that night, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that comes from pushing yourself too hard for too long. The renovation was behind schedule, work was hectic, and my husband's return had been delayed by a week due to some issues at the site. I fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. No dreams that I can recall, but sometime in the early morning hours, I became aware that I was no longer alone in the room. I didn't hear anything this time. No voice, no footsteps. It was more of a feeling, a pressure in the air that's hard to describe, like when you can sense someone looking at you before you actually see them. I opened my eyes, and there she was. Standing next to the door that led to the storage room was an elderly Native American woman. She was maybe in her 70s, with long grey-streaked hair that hung loose past her shoulders. She wore small, round spectacles that caught what little light there was in the room. Her face was deeply lined, especially around her eyes and mouth. She wore what looked like a traditional jacket, dark blue with intricate beadwork along the edges. I distinctly remember seeing what looked like a dream catcher design embroidered on one side. She wasn't transparent or glowing or any of the things you expect from ghost stories. She looked solid and real, like a person who had somehow gotten into my basement in the middle of the night, but there was something undeniably off about her. She stood completely still, too still for a living person. And there was a quality to her that I can't quite put into words, like she was slightly out of focus, or maybe like the air around her was thicker somehow. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Her expression was neutral, not threatening, not friendly, just observing. I felt frozen in place, unable to scream or move. My breath caught in my throat. I don't know what I would have done next because suddenly my alarm went off. The jarring noise of my phone startled me and I instinctively turned toward it. When I looked back to the door, she was gone. I jumped out of bed and checked the entire basement. Nothing, no sign anyone had been there. The storage room door was closed and locked from the outside, just as I'd left it. All windows and the outside door were still secured. I checked the time, 6:30 a.m., exactly when my alarm was set. Unlike the voice incident, which had happened in the middle of the night, this had occurred just before I was supposed to wake up. I wondered if I had been dreaming, but it didn't feel like a dream. I was certain I had been awake, conscious, and that what I saw was real. The woman wasn't anyone I recognized. I have no Native American friends or acquaintances that she could have resembled. My neighborhood isn't particularly close to any reserves, and while Alberta certainly has indigenous communities, I had no personal connections to explain why my mind would conjure up this specific image. I spent that day in a fog, unable to focus on work or make sense of what I'd seen. I found myself researching local indigenous tribes, looking at traditional clothing patterns, trying to find anything that matched what I'd seen. I even started reading about paranormal experiences and ghost sightings, something I would have scoffed at just a month earlier. I kept coming back to the dreamcatcher emblem on her jacket. In some traditions, dreamcatchers are meant to filter out bad dreams and only let good ones through. Was there a message there? Was she trying to tell me something? And what was the connection to the voice calling Kathy? My ex-mother-in-law wasn't Native American and had no connection to indigenous communities that I knew of. The two incidents seemed completely unrelated, except for happening in the same basement bedroom. When my husband finally returned home, I broke down and told him everything. To his credit, he didn't dismiss me or suggest I was making it up. He listened carefully, asked thoughtful questions, and even offered to sleep in the basement with me for a while to see if anything happened again. Nothing did. We continued living in the basement for another 3 weeks until the renovation was complete. Then we moved back upstairs, and life went on. My husband was transferred to a position that kept him home more often. The house looked great with its updates, and I tried to put the strange experiences behind me. The thing is, we ended up living in that house for 4 more years. During that time, I occasionally had to go to the basement to do laundry, get something from storage, or when we hosted large gatherings and needed the extra space. Not once did I experience anything unusual down there again. No voices, no apparitions, no unexplained feelings of being watched. It's been almost 7 years now since those 2 incidents, and I still don't have answers. We sold the house in 2020 and moved to a different province for work. Before we left, I almost told the new owners about what happened but decided against it. What would I say? By the way, you might hear a creepy voice or see a Native American woman in the basement, but only twice in 5 years, and only in specific circumstances that I can't explain. I've thought about contacting the previous owners to ask if they ever experienced anything similar, but it feels ridiculous after all this time. The house wasn't particularly old, built in the 1980s, and had no tragic history that we knew of. The land it was built on was once farmland before the suburb was developed in the 1970s. Sometimes I wonder if those experiences were trying to tell me something that I missed. Was the Native American woman connected to the land somehow? Was the voice calling for Kathy a warning or message I failed to understand? I've even entertained the idea that they were somehow connected to my husband being away, as both incidents happened when I was alone in the house. I still don't believe in ghosts, at least not in the traditional sense, but I know what I heard and what I saw. I was fully awake, fully conscious, and as rational as I've ever been. Something happened in that basement that falls outside the boundaries of what I used to think was possible. I just wish I knew what it meant. To this day, I've never experienced anything remotely similar. No voices, no apparitions, no strange feelings. Just those two isolated incidents in the basement of an ordinary Canadian home. I don't expect to ever have answers, but I can't forget what happened. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering if the elderly woman with the Dreamcatcher emblem is still standing by that storage room door, waiting for someone else to see her. Story 10. I've been putting off writing this for months because just thinking about that night makes my skin crawl. I'm not someone who usually believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened to me 6 months ago in Nakame-Godor changed everything. I still can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to. I had just moved into my first apartment on my own. It wasn't anything special, just a small one-bedroom place on the second floor of an older building. But it was mine. The rent was cheap because it faced a large public park, which most people would consider a bonus. But trust me, it wasn't. The location seemed perfect at first. I was only a 10-minute walk from the train station, and there was a convenience store about 15 minutes away if I cut through the park. That Friday night, I was feeling pretty good about life. I'd just finished unpacking the last of my boxes, my parents had finally stopped calling every few hours to check on me, and I'd rented this horror movie everyone at work was talking about. I made myself comfortable on my futon with some snacks when I realized I was out of cigarettes. It was around midnight. I paused the movie and checked the time. The convenience store would still be open, and I really wanted those cigarettes. Going around the park would take about 25 minutes, but cutting through would only take 10. I'd been through the park during the day plenty of times since moving in, but never at night. Still, I figured it would be fine. This was a safe neighborhood after all. I grabbed my keys, phone, and wallet, then headed out. The apartment hallway was silent. Most of my neighbors were elderly couples who went to bed early. Outside, the night air was surprisingly cold for early autumn. The streetlights cast long shadows across the entrance to the park, and I hesitated for a moment. The park was completely dark, except for a few dim lamps along the main path. During the day, this place was filled with kids playing and elderly people walking their dogs or exercising. At night, it was like stepping into another world. I started down the main path, using my phone's flashlight to see better. The trees seemed to close in around me, their branches making weird shapes in the darkness. Every sound was amplified, my footsteps on the gravel, the rustle of leaves, some distant traffic. I walked faster, trying to ignore the growing feeling that I was being watched. I was about halfway through the park when I heard it. A child's voice, faint but clear, coming from somewhere to my right. "Help me!" I froze. It was definitely a child's voice, young, maybe 5 or 6 years old. My first thought was concern. What was a kid doing in the park this late? Were they lost? Hurt? My second thought was pure fear. Something felt wrong about that voice. I stood there trying to decide what to do. The voice came again, a little louder this time. "Please, help me." I couldn't just ignore a child who might need help, could I? So against every instinct telling me to keep walking, I turned toward the voice. My phone's flashlight seemed suddenly inadequate as I left the main path and headed toward the playground area. The playground came into view. Swings, a slide, some climbing equipment, all empty. My flashlight beam swept across the area, and that's when I saw it. A small memorial site next to the swings. There were wilted flowers, some small toys, and what looked like children's drawings protected by plastic sheets. My stomach dropped as I got closer and saw the photo of a young boy, maybe 6 years old, smiling in what looked like a school uniform. There were dates written below, showing he had died just 3 months ago. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. As I stood there staring at the memorial, I heard a creaking sound. One of the swings was moving, swaying back and forth as if someone had just pushed it. The chains squeaked with each movement back and forth, the sound cutting through the silence of the night. And then I heard the voice again, but this time it seemed to be coming from the swing itself. "Will you play with me?" I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The swing continued its motion, faster now, the chains squeaking rhythmically. There was nobody there, nobody pushing it, but it was swinging as if a child was pumping their legs, trying to go higher. Something in me snapped, and I ran. I didn't care which direction. I just needed to get away from that playground, from that swing, from that voice. I stumbled back onto the main path and sprinted toward the convenience store, not slowing down until the bright lights came into view. I burst through the doors, probably looking like a lunatic to the bored cashier. I was sweating and out of breath. I bought my cigarettes with shaking hands, then stood outside smoking one after another, trying to calm down. I told myself I was being stupid, that it was just the wind moving the swing, that I'd imagined the voice because I'd seen the memorial and my mind was playing tricks on me. After about 20 minutes, I felt composed enough to head back home, taking the long way around the park, of course. The walk took almost half an hour, but I didn't care. No way was I cutting through that park again. When I finally got back to my apartment building, it was after 1 a.m. The hallway lights were on a timer and had gone out, so I used my phone's flashlight again as I climbed the stairs. As I approached my door, my light caught something that made me stop mid-step. There were handprints on my door, small handprints, about the size of a child's hand, made in what looked like mud. They were at about waist height for me, as if a child had stood there pressing their dirty hands against my door. I nearly dropped my phone. Those handprints hadn't been there when I left. I was absolutely certain of it. As I moved my light across the floor, I saw them, muddy footprints, small ones, leading right up to my door. They weren't adult footprints. They were a child's. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get my key into the lock. I finally managed to open the door, practically fell inside, and slammed it shut behind me, locking it immediately. I flipped on every light in the apartment and checked all the rooms, closets, even under the futon. There was nothing, no one. But when I went back to the entryway, there it was, a single muddy footprint just inside my door, as if something had stepped in right before I closed it. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back against the wall, facing the door, lights on, heart racing every time the building creaked or a neighbor moved around. When morning finally came, I called my mom and made up some story about a water leak in my apartment. I was at their house by noon with as many of my things as I could stuff into my backpack. I went back to my apartment only once after that, during daylight, with my dad. The handprints were still there on the door, though faded. The footprints in the hallway were gone, probably cleaned by the building staff. My dad suggested it was probably just some neighborhood kids playing a prank, but the timing was too perfect. Whatever was in that park had called out to me, and it had followed me home. I stayed with my parents for 2 weeks while looking for a new apartment. I broke my lease, losing my security deposit, but I didn't care. I never went back to that park, and I made sure my new place was nowhere near it. I've tried researching that memorial since then. All I could find was a small news article about a boy who had drowned in the pond at the far end of the park earlier that year. His name was Hiroki, and he was 6 years old. The article mentioned he'd been playing alone near the swings before he wandered off toward the pond. His body wasn't found until the next morning, I don't know if what I experienced was Hiroki's spirit or something else. Maybe he just wanted someone to play with. Maybe he was trying to warn me about something. Or maybe he wanted to lead me to the same fate he suffered. I'll never know, and I don't want to know. It's been 6 months, and I still wake up sometimes thinking I hear chains squeaking, like a swing moving back and forth in an empty playground. Sometimes when it rains, I check my door for handprints. I've never taken a shortcut through a park at night since then, and I never will again. The worst part is not knowing. Not knowing what would have happened if I'd answered that voice. Not knowing if whatever followed me home that night is still out there, waiting for me to walk through that park again. Not knowing if somewhere, on a swing that moves by itself, a little boy is still asking someone, anyone, to please play with him. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts until 3 months ago. Now I can't stop thinking about them, about her. I just landed my first real job after university at a tech company in Tokyo. Nothing fancy, just entry-level IT support, but it was a start. The problem was the salary. Anyone who's lived in Tokyo knows how insanely expensive it is, and on my beginner's income, I couldn't afford much. After weeks of searching, I found this tiny apartment in Nakameguro. It was about 25 square meters, which is small even by Tokyo standards. The building was old, probably from the 70s, with those outdated metal railings outside that had rusted in places. The paint was peeling, the pipes made weird noises, and the wallpaper had that yellowish tint that comes from decades of neglect. But the rent was almost 30% cheaper than anything else I'd seen in the area, and it was only a 12-minute walk to the station. The landlord, this older guy with permanently nervous eyes, seemed desperate to rent it out. He kept emphasizing how functional everything was, which should have been my first warning. "It's a bit noisy," he admitted during the viewing. "The walls are thin, but your neighbors are very quiet people." I signed the lease that day. I was so proud of myself for finding such a bargain in a decent area. What an idiot I was. Moving in took less than a day. I didn't own much, just clothes, my computer, and some kitchen basics. The previous tenant had left an old kotatsu table, which saved me some money. I remember feeling optimistic as I arranged my few possessions, thinking this would be my first step toward building a real life in Tokyo. The first week was fine. The apartment was exactly what you'd expect for the price. Cramped, with occasional water pressure issues, and yes, you could hear neighbors on both sides. But nothing I couldn't handle. It was during my second week when I first noticed it. I had come home from work, tired after a long day of fixing other people's computer problems. As I stepped through my front door, I felt something brush against my face. It was like walking through a spider web, that light, silky feeling that makes you instinctively wipe at your face. I turned on the lights and looked around but saw nothing. No web, no spider. I figured maybe it was just a stray hair and forgot about it. The next day, it happened again, and the day after that. Every time I walked through my front entrance, I'd feel these invisible threads on my face, my neck, sometimes catching on my clothes. I started to check more carefully, looking at the ceiling corners, checking around the door frame, but never found anything. By the third week, I began to dread coming home. The sensation had gotten stronger somehow. It wasn't just at the entrance anymore. Sometimes I'd feel it while sitting at my desk or lying in bed. Like something light and thin was being dragged across my skin. I'd jump up and turn on all the lights, heart racing, only to find nothing there. I'm not normally jumpy. I've never been the type to get spooked easily. But there was something about these phantom touches that really got under my skin. I'd catch myself avoiding certain parts of the apartment, especially the entrance area where it was always strongest. The weird part was that it felt almost deliberate, like someone was doing it on purpose. That's when I started to wonder if my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe the stress of the new job, the new city, living alone for the first time. Maybe it was all getting to me. So, I decided to deep clean the entire apartment. I figured there had to be a logical explanation, maybe dust or fibers from the air conditioning unit or something stuck in the ceiling fan. I spent an entire Saturday scrubbing everything, moving furniture, checking every corner. Nothing. No cobwebs, no loose wires, nothing hanging from the ceiling that could explain what I was feeling. The cleaning didn't help. If anything, the sensations intensified over the next few days, and other things started happening too. The air in the apartment felt different, heavier somehow, like the oxygen was thinner. Sometimes I'd walk into a room and feel like I'd interrupted something. The temperature would drop noticeably in certain spots, especially near the entrance. I started sleeping poorly. I'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was standing over me. Sometimes I'd feel those same thread-like touches on my face while I was half asleep, and I'd jolt awake in panic, gasping for breath. After a month of this, I was exhausted and constantly on edge. My co-workers noticed. My team leader pulled me aside one day and asked if everything was okay. I made some excuse about adjusting to the new job, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. That Friday, in a moment of desperation, I invited 2 colleagues over for drinks. Matsuda and Kimura were the only people I'd gotten somewhat friendly with, and I thought maybe having other people in the apartment would help me figure out if I was imagining things. Plus, I was just tired of being alone in there. They arrived around 8, bringing beer and snacks. Matsuda walked in first, glancing around with that polite interest people show when visiting someone's home for the first time. "Man, these old buildings have character, don't they?" he laughed, pointing at a water stain on the ceiling. "My first place in Tokyo was even worse. I could hear my neighbor breathing." I forced a smile and handed him a beer, relieved that he hadn't noticed anything strange. But then Kimura stepped inside, and I saw his expression change immediately. He froze just past the threshold, his eyes fixed on something above the entrance. The color drained from his face. "You okay?" I asked. He blinked a few times and nodded, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Yeah, sorry, just tired from work." Throughout the evening, Matsuda was his usual talkative self, complaining about our boss and telling stories about his weekend adventures. But Kimura remained quiet and tense. He kept glancing toward the entrance, then quickly looking away. He barely touched his beer and checked his phone constantly. I tried to keep the conversation going, but inside I was freaking out. Kimura could sense something. I was sure of it. He felt what I had been feeling. I wasn't crazy after all. Around 11, Matsuda suggested calling a taxi. While we waited, I went to the bathroom, leaving them alone for a few minutes. When I came back, they were speaking in hushed tones, but stopped abruptly when they saw me. The taxi arrived, and we headed downstairs. Outside the building, Matsuda got in first. Kimura hesitated, then turned to me with a serious expression. "Tanaka-san," he said quietly, "how long have you lived here?" "About a month," I replied. "Why?" He glanced back at the building, then at me. "Do you feel comfortable here?" My heart was pounding. "Not really," I admitted. "There's something... I don't know how to explain it." Kimura took a deep breath. "I wasn't going to say anything, but..." He lowered his voice. "When I walked in, I saw something. Above your door. Inside." My mouth went dry. "What did you see?" "A woman," he whispered. "Hanging. Her feet were just above the doorway. Her hair..." He swallowed hard. "Her long hair was hanging down." I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. The invisible threads. The sensation of walking through something every time I entered. I wasn't feeling spider webs. I was feeling her hair. "You're not making this up?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. Kimura shook his head. "My grandmother was a medium in Kyoto. I've always been sensitive to these things. I try to ignore it usually, but this was so strong. I'm sorry." "Did you see her the whole time?" I asked, feeling sick. "No, just when I first walked in. but I could feel her presence. The apartment is not good, Tanaka-san. There's a heaviness there. Matsuda called from the taxi, asking what was taking so long. Kimura gave me an apologetic look. I should go, but... He hesitated. If I were you, I wouldn't stay there tonight. After they left, I stood outside my building for nearly 20 minutes, unable to make myself go back inside. Everything made terrible sense now. The sensations, the heaviness, the feeling of being watched. There was a coat hook by the entrance, one of those cheap metal ones that had been barely hanging from the wall when I moved in. I'd thought it was just poor maintenance. Now I wondered if that was where she'd done it. I couldn't go back up there. I just couldn't. I walked to a nearby manga cafe and rented a booth for the night. I barely slept, just stared at my phone, reading about ghosts and hauntings until morning. The next day was Saturday. I went back to the apartment only to grab essential things, some clothes, my laptop, toiletries. I felt it again as I entered, that sensation of walking through something hanging from above. This time, knowing what it was, I nearly threw up. I grabbed my stuff as quickly as possible, not even bothering to organize anything. The whole time I felt like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. I stayed at a business hotel for the next week while looking for a new place. It was expensive, but I didn't care. Nothing was worth going back to that apartment. When I gave my notice to the landlord, he didn't seem surprised. He avoided eye contact the entire time. Was there a problem with the apartment? He asked mechanically, like he already knew the answer. Did someone die there? I asked directly. His expression told me everything. We're not legally required to disclose that information after a certain time period has passed, he said stiffly. But someone did, didn't they? A woman. He shuffled the paperwork nervously. There was an incident, yes, many years ago. The previous tenants never mentioned any issues. How many previous tenants have there been in the past 5 years? I asked. He didn't answer, which was an answer itself. I moved out completely 2 weeks later, having found a smaller but newer place near Ikebukuro. It costs almost all my salary, but I don't care. I've been sleeping through the night again. No more invisible touches, no more heaviness in the air. Yesterday, I had to go back to Nakameguro for a work errand. I didn't plan to go near my old building, but somehow my feet took me there anyway. From across the street, I saw someone moving in, a young woman carrying boxes. She looked excited, probably thrilled to have found such an affordable place in a good neighborhood. I stood there, frozen, watching her make trips up and down the stairs. I wanted to run over and warn her, tell her what waited for her inside. But what would I say? That there's a ghost, that she'll feel its hair on her face every time she walks through her front door. She wouldn't believe me. I wouldn't have believed me a few months ago. As I watched her disappear inside with another box, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The building's front door closed behind her, and for just a second, just a split second, I saw something in the window of my old apartment. A shadow, elongated and unnatural, swaying slightly even though there was no breeze. I turned and walked away as fast as I could, fighting the urge to run. I haven't been back since. Sometimes at night I still feel phantom touches on my face as I'm falling asleep. And sometimes I wonder if part of her followed me home, a few strands of her hair, perhaps, still clinging to me no matter how far I go. Story 12. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I mean, I watched horror movies like everyone else, but I always knew it was just special effects and actors. At least that's what I thought until about 3 months ago. I used to work, at a 24-hour convenience store called Quick Stop on the edge of our small coastal town. It's one of those places where you can get everything from milk to fishing bait at 3 a.m. I took the night shift because I've always been more of a night owl, and honestly I liked the solitude. Fewer customers meant more time for me to read or just be alone with my thoughts. The store sits about half a mile from Seacliff Cemetery, which never bothered me before. It's just a peaceful place with old headstones and cypress trees. During my shifts, I'd rarely get more than a handful of customers, usually insomniacs, fishermen heading out early, or teenagers looking for snacks after parties. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 10 p.m., replacing Tomoko, who always left everything neat and organized. We had just received our food delivery that afternoon, fresh sandwiches, bento boxes, and other ready-to-eat meals that we stocked in the refrigerated section. I remember checking the expiration dates as I put them on the shelves. Everything was fresh, set to expire at least 3 days later. Around 2 a.m., I was restocking the cigarette display behind the counter when I felt a sudden drop in temperature. The air conditioning had been acting up lately, so I didn't think much of it. But then I got this weird feeling, like someone was watching me. I turned around and nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a man standing by the sandwich display. He was tall and thin, almost too thin, wearing a dark coat despite it being summer. His face was, I don't know how to describe it, not scary or deformed or anything, just empty somehow. Blank, like someone had erased all the details that make a person look alive. The thing that really bothered me was that I hadn't heard the door chime. That bell rings every single time someone comes in or out. It's loud and annoying and impossible to miss, but I hadn't heard anything. "Can I help you?" I called out, trying to sound normal. He didn't answer. He just kept staring at the sandwiches, occasionally picking one up, examining it and putting it back. His movements were slow, deliberate. I figured maybe he was drunk or high, which isn't uncommon for late-night customers. I needed to get change from the back office for the register, and I didn't want to leave a potentially intoxicated customer alone in the store, but I also didn't want to make a big deal out of nothing. "I'll be right back," I said. "Just need to grab something." He still didn't acknowledge me. I walked quickly to the back office, grabbed the roll of quarters I needed, and returned to the front, maybe 30 seconds later. He was gone. The sandwich display looked disturbed, with several packages slightly out of place, but there was no sign of the man. The door hadn't chimed. He hadn't bought anything. He'd just vanished. I checked outside, thinking maybe he'd somehow slipped out without me noticing, but the parking lot was empty, except for my car. The street was deserted. There was nowhere he could have gone that quickly without me seeing him. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. I rearranged the sandwiches neatly and went back to my tasks, but I couldn't stop thinking about that man and his empty face. The next morning, my manager called me while I was trying to sleep. "Kenji, did anything unusual happen during your shift last night?" His voice sounded strained. "Not really," I lied, not wanting to sound crazy. "Why?" "We've had 3 customers call to complain about food they bought last night. Said everything they purchased was spoiled, like really spoiled. One woman said her egg sandwich smelled like it had been sitting out for weeks." My stomach dropped. "That's impossible. The delivery came yesterday afternoon. I checked the dates myself. Well, something happened. I've had to throw out nearly all the refrigerated stock. Everything looks fine on the outside, but when you open the packages, it's like the food has been rotting for days." I couldn't explain it. The food had been perfectly fresh when I stocked it. How could everything spoil overnight? And what did it have to do with the strange man who'd been examining the sandwiches? After that call, I couldn't get back to sleep. I kept seeing that man's face, or lack of face, in my mind. I'm not usually the type to reach out when I'm troubled. I tend to keep to myself, work through my own problems. But this was different. I felt contaminated somehow, like something had attached itself to me. I called Aki. We've been friends since high school, though we're not super close these days. She's always been into spiritual stuff, meditation, energy healing, that sort of thing. I used to tease her about it, but suddenly I wanted her perspective. "Can you come over?" I asked, not even bothering with hello. Something weird happened, and I don't know who else to talk to. She must have heard the fear in my voice, because she didn't ask questions. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. When Aki arrived at my apartment, her expression changed as soon as she saw me. She looked concerned, more than concerned. "Kenji, what's happened to you?" she asked, stepping inside cautiously. "What do you mean?" She gestured vaguely around me like she was seeing something I couldn't. "There's something attached to your energy, something dark and sticky." I would have laughed if I wasn't so freaked out. Instead, I told her everything about the strange man, the spoiled food, the way he'd vanished without a trace. As I spoke, Aki started moving her hands around me, not quite touching me, but tracing the air a few inches from my body. I felt ridiculous, but I was desperate enough to let her do her thing. "You've picked up a hitchhiker," she said finally. "A what?" "A spirit, a hungry one." She sat down across from me, her face serious. "The convenience store. It's near Seacliff Cemetery, right?" I nodded. "Some spirits, especially those who died of starvation or had obsessions with food in life, they can be drawn to places with food. They can't eat it physically, but they can feed on its essence, I guess you could say. That affects the physical properties of the food." "So you're saying a ghost contaminated all our food?" I couldn't keep the skepticism from my voice, even though I'd called her for exactly this kind of explanation. "I know how it sounds," she said, "but think about it. No door chime, disappearing in seconds, the food spoiling overnight despite being fresh. What's your explanation?" I didn't have one, and the more I thought about it, the more I remembered other little things that had seemed off during my shift. The lights had flickered a few times. The refrigerator cases had been unusually cold, so cold that condensation had frozen on the glass in places. And there had been that smell, not exactly rotting food, but something older and mustier, like wet earth and old cloth. "So what do I do?" I asked. "I have to work again tonight." Aki gave me a small bag of salt. "Keep this with you. Sprinkle some at the entrance before your shift. Salt purifies and creates boundaries spirits can't easily cross." I felt stupid taking it, but I was desperate enough to try anything. That night at work, I discreetly sprinkled salt across the threshold, as Aki had instructed. The first few hours passed normally. No strange customers, no unexplained temperature drops. Then 2 a.m. came around again. I was in the back, checking inventory, when the temperature plummeted so suddenly that I could see my breath. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, and I felt it again, that sensation of being watched. I stepped out of the storeroom and saw him, the same man, standing in the exact same spot by the sandwich display. This time, though, he looked angrier. His previously blank face had twisted into something resentful. He was picking up sandwiches, opening the packages, and then discarding them on the floor. "Hey!" I called out, my voice shaking. "You can't do that!" He looked directly at me, and I swear my heart nearly stopped. His eyes were completely black, like holes punched into his face. He opened his mouth, too wide, impossibly wide, and made a sound that wasn't quite human. Not a scream or a growl, but a hollow, echoing moan that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I backed away, hitting the wall behind me. The salt clearly hadn't worked, or maybe what Aki had said about hungry spirits was true, but she'd underestimated how strong this one was. The man, the thing, started moving toward me, gliding rather than walking. The floor beneath its feet seemed to darken, like it was leaving wet footprints, but there was no actual moisture. The phone on the counter rang suddenly, making me jump. The spirit stopped, its head swiveling unnaturally toward the sound. I took the opportunity to dash behind the counter and grab the phone. "Quick, stop! How can I help you?" My voice was barely working. There was no one on the line. Just static, and beneath that what sounded like the same moaning noise the spirit was making. When I looked up, it was gone again. The packages it had opened were still scattered on the floor, but the entity itself had vanished. I looked at the sandwiches. The contents had turned black and moldy in seconds, giving off a putrid stench that filled the store. I lasted 2 more hours before calling my manager and telling him I was sick and needed to leave early. He wasn't happy, but he called in someone to cover the rest of my shift. I didn't tell him about the wasted food. I just couldn't face trying to explain it. Over the next week it happened every night, always at 2 a.m., always the same spirit, becoming increasingly aggressive. It no longer just examined the food. It tore open packages, scattered contents, spoiled everything it touched. And it started getting closer to me each time, reaching out with grey, translucent hands that seemed to elongate as they stretched toward me. I tried everything Aki suggested: salt, protective charms, prayers she taught me. Nothing worked. The spirit seemed to be growing stronger, feeding on the energy of the food, and I feared, feeding on my fear as well. The night it finally broke me, I was stocking shelves when the temperature dropped. I knew what was coming and turned to face it, determined not to show fear. The spirit materialized differently this time, not by the sandwich display, but directly behind me. I felt its cold breath on my neck before I even turned around. When I did, its face was inches from mine, those black hole eyes, that impossibly wide mouth. But now I could see details I hadn't noticed before. The grey, papery skin stretched too tight over protruding bones, the fingernails that had grown long and yellow in death, the traces of what might have once been a formal suit, now ragged and stained with dirt, and what looked horribly like dried blood around the collar. It reached for me, and this time I felt its touch, a burning cold that seeped through my shirt and seemed to penetrate my skin, reaching for something deeper. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It was like being paralyzed. I don't know how long we stood there, locked in that horrifying embrace. It could have been seconds or minutes, but suddenly the lights in the store surged, burning intensely bright before popping and plunging the store into darkness. In the pitch black, I felt the spirit's grip tighten. Its moaning grew louder, filling my ears, filling my head. I felt something being drawn out of me, energy, life force, whatever you want to call it. Like it had been feeding on the essence of the food, but now it wanted something more substantial. The emergency lights kicked on, bathing the store in a dim red glow. The spirit was still there, but now it looked more solid, more real, while I felt myself growing weaker, more transparent. With the last bit of strength I had, I broke free and ran. I didn't stop to grab my things or lock up. I just ran to my car and drove, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. I called my manager from my apartment and quit on the spot. He was furious, said I was irresponsible, that I'd left the store unlocked with no explanation. I didn't care. I couldn't go back there. Later I learned that the store had a small electrical fire that night after I left. Nothing serious. It was contained to the back office, but the entire food inventory had to be thrown out. According to the fire inspector, everything in the refrigerated cases had rotted to the point of being unrecognizable, even though most of it had been delivered that same day. It's been 3 months, and I still haven't found another job. I can't bring myself to work anywhere at night, and even during the day, I get panicky in grocery stores or anywhere with lots of food. Sometimes, when I'm trying to sleep, I feel that cold touch on my shoulder, hear that hollow moan just at the edge of my hearing. Aki says the spirit marked me somehow, created a connection. She's been helping me try to break it, but nothing has fully worked yet. The only thing that gives me any peace is staying away from that store, that cemetery, and that whole side of town. I still don't know who or what that entity was. Aki thinks it might have been someone who died of starvation, or maybe a person who was buried without proper funeral rites. All I know is that it was hungry. Hungry in a way that normal food couldn't satisfy. Hungry for something that only the living possess. Sometimes I wonder if that hunger can ever be satisfied, or if it's doomed to haunt that store forever, appearing at 2 a.m. to torment whoever takes the night shift now. I should probably warn them. But how? What would I even say? So I just stay away, keep my lights on at night, and try not to think about those black hole eyes or that feeling of something essential being pulled out of me. And I never, ever eat convenience store sandwiches anymore. Story 13. I still can't sleep right when it rains. It's been 3 months since that night, but every time I hear raindrops hitting my window, I'm right back there in that train cab, staring into the darkness. I've been driving trains for the Japan Railway for almost 15 years now, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever come close to what happened that night. It was supposed to be a routine final run of the night. The 2340 from Nagano to Matsumoto, through the mountains, not the most popular route that late, especially on a Tuesday, but it's part of the job. I've done this same route hundreds of times. I know every curve, every signal, every tunnel like the back of my hand. That night, though, it was raining like crazy. Not just normal rain, but the kind that makes you wonder if the mountains themselves might just wash away. The kind where you can barely see 5 meters ahead of you, even with the train's headlights on full. The windshield wipers were going at maximum speed, but it hardly made a difference. I arrived at the station for my shift about 30 minutes early, like I always do. I like to check everything, make sure all systems are working properly before we depart. Call it being overly cautious, but after 15 years, these habits keep me grounded. The station was nearly empty, just a couple of passengers waiting for my train, the last one of the night. When I went to do my final checks, the station manager called me over. "Mizuno-san, we have a problem with the signal lights about 2 kilometers out. Maintenance crew is already there, but they're saying it might take an hour to fix." Great. Just what I needed on a night like this. But safety comes first, always. So I nodded, went back to the train, and informed the 2 passengers, an elderly man and a young woman with a backpack, about the delay. They both decided to call taxis instead. Can't blame them. Nobody wants to be stuck in the mountains in the middle of the night. So there I was, sitting in the cab of an empty train, listening to the rain hammering on the roof, waiting for clearance to depart. The maintenance crew radioed in around an hour later. They'd found the problem. Apparently, a tanuki had chewed through one of the signal cables. Those raccoon dogs are always causing trouble, but this was the first time one had delayed one of my trains. By the time I finally got clearance to leave, it was almost 1 a.m. The rain hadn't let up at all. If anything, it seemed to be coming down harder, but the signals were green, and I had a schedule to keep, even if I was running late and had no passengers. As I pulled out of the station, I had this weird feeling, like something was off. I've driven trains long enough to trust my instincts, so I did extra checks on everything, brakes, speed, signals, but found nothing wrong. Must have just been the weather putting me on edge, I thought. The first part of the journey was uneventful. The track climbs steadily through the mountains, with a few tight curves where you have to reduce speed. The rain created this wall of noise, the constant drumming on the train roof, mixed with the rumble of the wheels and the occasional crack of thunder in the distance. About 40 minutes in, I started the approach to Nakago platform. It's not a scheduled stop for this service, especially this late, just a small platform where local trains sometimes stop during the day. As I rounded the bend approaching it, the train's headlights swept across the platform. That's when I saw it. There was someone standing on the platform, right at the edge, too close to the edge. My first thought was confusion. There shouldn't be anyone there at 1:40 in the morning, especially in this weather. My second thought was alarm, because this person was standing dangerously close to the track and I wasn't scheduled to stop. I reached for the horn to warn them, but before my hand even touched it, the figure moved. Not away from the track, toward it. They jumped. They fucking jumped right in front of my train. I slammed on the emergency brakes, instinct taking over. The wheels screamed against the tracks, the entire train shuddering violently as it tried to stop. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I've always dreaded this moment. Every train driver does. The moment someone decides to end their life using your train. The train finally came to a complete stop about 200 meters past the platform. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely reach for the radio. But before I called it in, I needed to be sure. I needed to see. I grabbed my flashlight and raincoat and stepped out into the downpour. The rain hit me like a physical force, soaking through my coat almost immediately. The wind was howling, bending the trees along the tracks. I made my way to the front of the train, sweeping my flashlight beam beneath it, dreading what I might find. Nothing. There was nothing there. I checked multiple times, getting down on my hands and knees in the mud, shining the light all the way under the train. No body, no blood, nothing to indicate I'd hit anyone. Could they have jumped and somehow survived? Fallen away from the train instead of under it? I started walking back toward the platform, fighting against the wind and rain. My flashlight beam bounced wildly as I moved, creating disorienting shadows that seemed to move on their own. When I reached the platform, I searched thoroughly. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been there. No footprints in the mud that I could see, no abandoned belongings, nothing. I stood there, rain pounding on my shoulders, completely confused. I know what I saw. Someone jumped in front of my train. I saw a human figure leap from that platform, but there was no evidence of it happening. Was I hallucinating? Had the stress and the late hour made me see things that weren't there? No, it had been too vivid, too real. I decided to continue checking the tracks ahead, just to be absolutely certain. And that's when I found it. About 50 meters ahead of where my train had stopped. The track was damaged, badly damaged. The heavy rain had caused a small landslide further up the mountain, and it had washed out several of the railway sleepers under the tracks. If I had continued, if I hadn't stopped when I did, my train would have most likely derailed at that spot, and given the steep drop-off on the right side, it would have been catastrophic. I stood there, staring at the damaged track, and a chill that had nothing to do with the rain ran through me. If I had departed on time, I would have passed this spot an hour earlier, before the rain had washed out the track. If I hadn't stopped for the figure I saw, I would have hit this damaged section at full speed. I radioed the situation in immediately, and within an hour emergency crews were at the site, though they had trouble reaching us because of the weather. The line was shut down, and engineers were called to assess the damage. As I gave my report to the railway officials and later to the police, I told them about the signal failure, about the empty train, about seeing someone jump in front of the train. They looked at me with concern and some skepticism. One of the older officials, a man nearing retirement, took me aside afterward. "Mizuno-san," he said quietly, "there are stories in these mountains. Old stories about spirits that protect travelers. Perhaps tonight, one was looking out for you." I didn't know what to say to that. I've never been superstitious. I deal in the tangible world of machines and schedules and safety protocols. But I can't explain what I saw that night. I can't explain how a tanuki happened to chew through exactly the right cable to delay my departure by exactly the right amount of time. I can't explain why both passengers decided to find alternate transportation, leaving me with an empty train. And I definitely can't explain the figure that jumped in front of my train but left no trace. All I know is that if any of those things hadn't happened, if I'd departed on time, if I'd had passengers, if I hadn't stopped when I saw that figure, I might not be here writing this now. The official investigation concluded that the track damage was caused by the heavy rainfall and poor drainage in that section. New protocols were put in place for extreme weather conditions. As for my report about the figure on the platform, it was filed away as a possible stress-induced hallucination. But I know what I saw, and sometimes late at night when the rain is falling, I find myself wondering, was it a warning? A spirit, as the old official suggested, or something else entirely? I've gone back to that platform since then, in daylight, trying to make sense of what happened. There's nothing special about it, just a standard small rural platform with a simple shelter. No history of accidents or anything unusual that I could find. The locals don't talk much about it when I ask. Most just shrug or change the subject. But one elderly woman who runs a small shop near the station looked at me strangely when I brought it up. "You're not the first," she said quietly. "There are others who've seen someone on that platform when no one should be there. Always on rainy nights. Always when there's danger ahead." I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something or someone stopped my train that night, and in doing so may have saved my life. I still drive that route sometimes, and every time I approach that platform, especially in the rain, I slow down just a little, peering into the darkness, half expecting to see that figure again. But I never have. Whatever it was, hallucination, ghost, guardian spirit, it appeared when I needed it most, and then vanished just as quickly. The mountains keep their secrets, and I've learned that sometimes it's better not to question the things that save us. Story 14. Satani. I'm still trying to figure out what happened to me that night. It's been 3 years, and I haven't told many people about it. How do you explain something you can't understand yourself? But I need to get this out, so here goes. 3 years ago, I was working as a systems engineer at a tech company in Tokyo. Not naming names, but it was one of those places where work-life balance was just something they put in the company handbook to look good. Reality was 80-plus-hour weeks, sleeping under my desk, and my boss calling at 3 a.m. because a server went down. I was 32, and my life had become nothing but work. I hadn't seen my parents back in Sendai for almost a year. My apartment was just a place I occasionally showered. I'd lost 12 kilograms in 4 months, because most days I'd forget to eat anything besides convenience store onigiri. My friends had stopped inviting me out because I always cancelled last minute when work emergencies happened. The breaking point came during a product launch. I'd been awake for nearly 60 hours straight, surviving on energy drinks and convenience store coffee. I was in a meeting when suddenly my vision started tunneling. I remember standing up to go to the bathroom, then nothing. Apparently, I just collapsed face first onto the conference table. I woke up in a hospital bed with an IV in my arm. The doctor told me I had nervous gastritis, mild depression, and was severely dehydrated. He ordered 5 days off work, my first vacation in over 2 years. My boss actually visited me in the hospital, looking uncomfortable as he handed me a get-well card signed by the team. He said, "Take the time you need, but we're counting on you for the security patch deployment next week." Those 5 days should have been relief, but instead I just laid in my apartment staring at the ceiling. The thought of going back to that office made me physically ill. On the 4th day, I found myself Googling signs of burnout and work-related suicide Japan at 3 a.m. That scared me enough to realize I needed to get away, really away. I still had my old Suzuki Jimny from college. I'd kept it even though it was ridiculous to have a car in Tokyo. It started on the 2nd try, and I threw in my old camping gear from my mountaineering club days, not even really planning what I was doing. I just drove, heading toward Matmatake. We used to climb there during high school training camps, and I remembered a quiet spot away from the main trails. It was around 4 p.m. when I parked at the trail base. I hadn't hiked in years, and my body felt weak as I trudged up the path with my pack. Everything ached. My work shoes weren't made for hiking, and I kept slipping on wet leaves. But being in nature, smelling the cedar trees instead of office air conditioning, hearing birds instead of keyboard clicks, I already felt something loosening in my chest. I found a small clearing about 2 hours up. It wasn't on any marked trail, just a spot I remembered where you could see the valley below through a break in the trees. My hands remembered how to set up the tent, even though my brain felt foggy. I got a small camp stove going and heated up some instant ramen I'd grabbed at a convenience store. It tasted better than any fancy restaurant meal I'd eaten on company expense accounts. The sun was setting, painting everything golden. I sat there eating my ramen, looking out at the valley, and for the first time in months, I wasn't thinking about deadlines or bug fixes or my boss's disappointed face. I was just there, present. I crawled into my sleeping bag around 8 p.m., completely exhausted, but in a good way. Physical tiredness feels different from mental exhaustion. I fell asleep almost instantly, with no notifications buzzing, no anxiety about tomorrow's meetings. I don't know how long I slept. What woke me was a voice, a child's voice. "Did you come here to die?" I opened my eyes, disoriented. The tent was dark except for a faint glow from outside. Moonlight, I thought. At first I figured I'd dreamed the voice, but then I saw her. There was a little girl peering through the partially unzipped tent door. She looked about 10 years old and was wearing a bright red kimono with some kind of flower pattern. Her hair was in 2 neat braids. The weird thing was, I wasn't scared, not even startled. That's what makes me question my memory of this the most. Shouldn't I have been freaked out to find a kid in traditional clothes staring at me in the middle of the night on a mountain? But I just blinked at her and found myself answering honestly. "No, I don't think so. I'm not thinking about dying right now." She tilted her head slightly. "But you're sad." It wasn't a question. She said it like she was stating a simple fact, like it's raining or the sky is blue. "Yeah," I admitted, "I guess I am." She was quiet for a moment, just looking at me. Then she asked, "Will you sing to me?" Again, no part of this conversation struck me as strange in the moment. It was like we were following a script that made perfect sense. She climbed into the tent without waiting for me to answer and sat down next to me. "I don't really know any songs," I told her. "Yes, you do," she said with absolute certainty. "Sing the one your mother sang." And somehow I knew exactly what she meant. My mom used to sing this old lullaby when I was little, Yurikago no Uta. I hadn't thought about it in probably 20 years, but suddenly the melody was there in my head, clear as anything. The little girl moved closer and leaned against me. I found myself putting an arm around her and starting to rock slightly as I began to sing. My voice was rough at first, unused to anything but work presentations and conference calls. Yurikago no uta o kanaria ga utao yo neneko 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 yo. As I sang, something broke inside me. I started crying. Not just a few tears, but deep heaving sobs that made it hard to keep singing. I couldn't stop. It was like every emotion I'd pushed down for years came bursting out all at once. I cried for the friendships I'd neglected, for the family visits I'd cancelled, for the person I used to be before I became nothing but a work machine. Through it all, this little girl in her red kimono just held on to me. She didn't say anything, just gripped my shirt with her small hands while I fell apart. I must have cried for 20 minutes straight. When I finally stopped, I felt completely drained, but somehow lighter, like something poisonous had been pulled out of me. "I'm sorry," I said, wiping my face on my sleeve. "I don't know what happened." "It's okay," she said. "Sometimes people need to cry." She asked me to keep singing, so I did. My voice was steadier now. I sang every verse I could remember, and when I ran out, I started again from the beginning. At some point, I must have fallen asleep mid-song. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the tent fabric. I was alone. I sat up quickly, looking around the small tent. No sign of the girl. I unzipped the door and crawled out, calling out, though I realized I didn't even know her name. No answer. Just birds and the rustling of leaves in the morning breeze. I was about to convince myself I'd dreamed the whole thing when I noticed something near the remains of my campfire. A small, neat pile of candy wrappers, colorful foil from what looked like traditional Japanese candies, the kind you'd buy at a festival or temple shop. I picked one up. It was real, tangible evidence that someone had been there. I searched around the campsite, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints besides my own, no path a child could have taken up or down the mountain in the dark. The nearest village was hours away on foot, and even the popular hiking trails were a good distance from my spot. I packed up my camp slowly, still trying to process what had happened. The whole encounter had a dreamlike quality, but those candy wrappers were definitely real. I put them in my pocket, not ready to throw them away. The hike down felt different. My body was tired, but my mind was clearer than it had been in months. I kept thinking about the girl's question, "Did you come here to die?" Had I? Not consciously, but maybe some part of me had been slowly giving up. When I got back to my apartment, I slept for 14 hours straight. I woke up and called my parents for the first time in months. I told them I'd be visiting soon. I didn't mention anything about a girl in a red kimono. I went back to work the next day. Nothing had changed there. Same deadlines, same pressure, same office politics. But something had changed in me. I started leaving at 7 p.m. instead of midnight. I turned off email notifications on weekends. When my boss scheduled a Sunday morning meeting, I simply said I couldn't make it. Surprisingly, the world didn't end. Some colleagues gave me strange looks, but others seemed almost envious. One senior engineer even started following my example, leaving at reasonable hours. Things got better gradually. I transferred to a different project team with a more reasonable manager. I started rock climbing again on weekends. I visited my parents once a month. The weird thing is, I never had to quit my job to save myself. I just had to remember I was more than my job. I've gone back to that same spot on Mount Mitake 3 times since then. Each time I leave a few unwrapped candies, the traditional kind, near where I set up my tent. Each morning they're gone, but I've never seen the girl in the red kimono again. I've researched local folklore, looked into the history of that area, even asked some old-timers if there were stories about a child in a red kimono on the mountain. Nothing. Sometimes I think she was just a hallucination brought on by extreme exhaustion. My brain creating what I needed most in that moment, permission to break down, to be vulnerable, to be human again. Other times I wonder if she was something else, something that didn't want another person to die on that mountain, not from exposure or an accident, but from slowly losing themselves until there was nothing left. I don't have answers. All I know is that night marked my return to living after nearly working myself to death. I still have one of those candy wrappers in my wallet. It reminds me that whatever happened up there was real, at least to me. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I still sing that lullaby, just in case she's listening. Story 15. I still can't sleep with my windows open, even during these hot summer nights. It's been 15 years since that night, but I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my system. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. I grew up in Tono, a small town in rural Japan known for its folklore and mountain spirits. My father was a police officer, respected, brave, and a very light sleeper. He would wake up if I so much as turned my bedroom doorknob. My mother was the opposite. She could sleep through anything. We lived in a traditional house with sliding paper doors and tatami mats, surrounded by a garden my grandmother had planted before she died. I was 6 years old, just finished my first year of elementary school when it happened. It was during Obon season in July, when the spirits of ancestors are said to return to the world of the living. The heat was unbearable that summer. Even with all the windows open and the electric fan running, our house felt like an oven. That night, I went to bed in my usual spot in our family sleeping room. In traditional Japanese homes, especially in rural areas like ours, families often sleep together in one room during summer. My father laid his futon closest to the door, a habit from being on call for emergencies. My mother slept beside him, and I was next to her. My older brother was away at a school camp, so it was just the 3 of us. I remember falling asleep quickly despite the heat, but something jolted me awake at exactly 3 a.m. I know the time because my father's digital clock had bright red numbers that glowed in the dark. At first I thought it was the heat that woke me, or maybe a bad dream I couldn't remember. I laid there quietly, listening to my parents' breathing, wondering if I could fall back asleep. That's when I heard it. Tasukete, help me. The voice was clearly female, but something about it was wrong. It wasn't urgent or panicked like you'd expect from someone needing help. Instead, it sounded slow, almost lazy, like someone talking in their sleep. It came from outside, somewhere in our garden. I froze under my thin summer blanket. The voice came again. Tasukete, still with that strange, drowsy intonation that made my skin crawl. It was somehow more frightening than if she'd been screaming. Why was she calling for help in such a casual way? The disconnect between the words and the tone made my heart pound against my ribs. Tasukete, Tasukete. The voice wasn't getting louder or softer. It maintained the same volume, the same odd cadence. I couldn't tell if the person was moving around the garden or standing in one place. Our traditional shoji screens let in moonlight, but cast strange shadows across the room. I turned to wake my father. He was always alert, ready to respond to emergencies. If there was someone in our garden asking for help, he would know what to do. Oto-san, I whispered, reaching out to touch his shoulder. He didn't stir. I shook him harder. Oto-san, someone's outside. Nothing, not even a change in his breathing. This was strange. My father had always been a light sleeper. Even when he came home exhausted from night shifts, he would wake instantly if I called him. But now, he was completely unresponsive, as if in a deeper sleep than I'd ever seen him in before. The voice outside fell silent. I waited, holding my breath, wondering if the person had gone away. The silence stretched on for what felt like minutes, and I started to relax a little. Maybe it had been my imagination after all. I decided to try waking my mother instead. I carefully crawled over my father's futon, trying not to disturb him, and had just reached out to touch my mother's shoulder when... Tasukete. The voice was inside our room. I froze with my hand in midair. The voice had come from behind me, inside, with us. Slowly, I turned my head toward the sound. In the dim light filtering through the shoji screens, I could make out a dark silhouette near our closet. It was shaped like a woman, but something seemed off about the proportions. I couldn't see her face clearly, just a darker shadow where it should be. Tasukete, the figure said again, in that same drowsy, detached voice that didn't match her words. I tried to scream, but my throat closed up. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. The figure seemed to sway slightly like a tree branch in a gentle breeze. Finally, my voice broke free, and I screamed as loudly as I could. I screamed for my father, for my mother, for anyone to help me. But they didn't wake up. They lay there breathing steadily, completely unaware of the nightmare unfolding in our bedroom. The figure began to move toward me, not walking exactly, more like drifting. Her feet didn't seem to touch the tatami mats. As she got closer, I noticed her hair was long and unkempt, hanging in front of her face. Her arms hung limply at her sides. She wore what looked like a white yukata, traditional summer clothing, but it seemed dirty or stained in places I couldn't make out in the darkness. Tasukete, she said again, now just a few feet away from me. I scrambled backward, hitting the wall behind me. There was nowhere else to go. I squeezed my eyes shut and covered my face with my hands, screaming and screaming until my throat hurt. Then everything went black. The next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the windows and my mother gently shaking my shoulder. "Yuki-chan, time to wake up. You're sleeping late today," she said, smiling normally. I sat up abruptly, looking around the room in confusion. Everything looked ordinary and familiar in the morning light. The closet door was closed. There was no sign of the woman from the night before. "What's wrong? Did you have a bad dream?" my mother asked, noticing my expression. "There was a lady in our room last night," I blurted out. "She kept saying, 'Tasukete.' She was right there." I pointed toward the closet. My mother's face softened. "You had a nightmare, sweetheart. Look, everything's fine now." "But I screamed so loud. Why didn't you wake up?" "We didn't hear anything, Yuki. You were sleeping soundly when I checked on you before going to bed." My father came into the room, already dressed in his uniform. "What's this about a nightmare?" he asked, tousling my hair affectionately. "There was a woman asking for help in our garden, and then she was in our room. I tried to wake you up, but you wouldn't move." My father exchanged a look with my mother. "That does sound scary," he said carefully, "but it was just a dream. No one can get into our house without me knowing about it." "It wasn't a dream," I insisted, tears welling in my eyes. "It was real." My parents did their best to comfort me, but I could tell they didn't believe me. They thought I was just a child with an overactive imagination who had a bad dream during the hot summer night. But I knew what I'd seen and heard. I knew it wasn't a dream. For weeks afterward, I refused to sleep in our family room. I would cry and throw tantrums until my parents let me sleep in my brother's room. I kept the light on all night. I couldn't bear to be in darkness. When I did manage to fall asleep, I would often wake up at exactly 3 a.m., heart racing, convinced I'd hear that voice again. My parents eventually took me to see a doctor who suggested it was just a sleep paralysis episode combined with a vivid nightmare. The doctor explained that during sleep paralysis, people can hallucinate and feel unable to move or speak. That made sense to my parents, but it didn't explain why I had been able to move around the room before seeing the woman, or why I'd been able to scream at the end. As time passed, I tried to convince myself it really had been just a nightmare, but deep down, I knew better. There had been something real in our house that night, something that my 6-year-old mind couldn't comprehend. A few days after the incident, I overheard my father talking to my mother in hushed tones. I was supposed to be watching TV in the other room, but I'd snuck closer to listen when I heard them mentioning my nightmare. "Do you think it has something to do with that case?" my mother asked. "I don't see how she could know about it," my father replied. "We never discussed it at home, and it wasn't in the local news." "But the timing is strange, don't you think? And the way she described the woman..." My father sighed. "It's just a coincidence. Kids have nightmares. It doesn't mean anything." They changed the subject when they noticed me peeking around the corner, and I never found out what case they were talking about. I was too afraid to ask, worried they might confirm my fears that something real had happened. Years later, when I was in high school, I found the courage to ask my father about that night again. He seemed uncomfortable with the question, but finally admitted there had been an incident around that time involving a woman who had gone missing in our area. Her body was found in the mountains a few days after my nightmare. According to the report, she had been wearing a white yukata, and it looked like she had been trying to find help after getting lost. My father speculated that I might have overheard him talking about the case on the phone and incorporated it into my dream. But I know I didn't. I hadn't heard anything about a missing woman before that night. Sometimes I wonder if what I experienced was a yurei, a ghost in Japanese folklore, often depicted as a woman with long, disheveled hair, wearing a white burial kimono. Yurei are said to be spirits who cannot rest because of unfinished business in the living world. Maybe that woman, lost in the mountains, was already dead when her spirit visited our home, desperately seeking help that never came. Or maybe it was something darker. In Japanese folklore, there are also tales of spirits who can put entire households into unnatural sleep to isolate their chosen victim. The fact that my normally light-sleeping father couldn't be woken still disturbs me more than anything else about that night. I'm 21 now, studying at a university in Tokyo, far from my childhood home. I still can't sleep with the windows open or sleep alone in complete darkness. My roommates think I'm just overly cautious because my father is a police officer. Last summer, I went home to visit my parents. The house felt smaller than I remembered, less intimidating in the daylight. Out of curiosity, I asked my father if I could see the case file about the woman who died in the mountains all those years ago. After some hesitation, he agreed. What I saw in those files chilled me to the bone. The woman had been found in a small clearing not far from our house. According to the coroner's report, she had died around 3 a.m. on the same night I had my nightmare. The cause of death was exposure, combined with injuries from falling down a steep slope. The report noted that she was discovered in a seated position, leaning against a tree, with one arm outstretched as if reaching for something. The most disturbing detail was the statement from the search party member who found her. He reported that from a distance, it looked like she was still alive, sitting there in her white yukata. He called out to her, but when she didn't respond, he approached and discovered she was already dead. The medical examiner estimated she had been dead for at least 48 hours when found. If she had been dead for 2 days when they found her, that means she was already dead when I heard her voice in our house. I didn't tell my father about this realization. What would be the point? He would only worry about me or try to rationalize it away. But I know what I experienced, and I know it wasn't just a nightmare or sleep paralysis. Sometimes late at night, I still wake up at exactly 3 a.m., half expecting to hear that voice again. So far, it hasn't returned. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever visited me that night is still out there, wandering the mountains of Tono, asking for help in that eerily calm voice. I don't know why it chose me. Maybe because I was a child and more receptive to things adults can't perceive. Maybe because I was the only one truly awake in that moment between worlds. Or maybe it was just random chance. I happened to be there when something from the other side slipped through. All I know is that night changed me forever. It opened my eyes to the possibility that there are things in this world, or perhaps outside of it, that we don't understand. Things that can enter our homes and our lives without invitation or explanation. And sometimes, on hot July nights like tonight, when the air is still and heavy with humidity, I think I can almost hear it again. That voice calling from somewhere just beyond my window. Tasukete. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night at Sakura General. 3 months have passed, but it feels like yesterday. I've been a nurse for 6 years now, but nothing in nursing school prepared me for what happened during that overnight shift in January. For context, I'd been working at Sakura General Hospital for about 8 months. It's one of those older facilities that got renovated in sections over the years, so parts of it look modern, while others feel like they're stuck in the 1980s. The east wing of the 3rd floor is one of those older sections, dimmer lighting, squeaky floor tiles, and that distinct hospital smell that seems stronger in the older parts of the building. Night shifts were never my favorite, but the pay differential made it worth it. Plus, the hospital was usually quieter at night. Usually. I should mention that there was always this unspoken thing among the night staff. Little comments here and there about the 3rd floor being active tonight, or someone casually mentioning they had another phantom call button. New nurses would get warned during orientation not to do night rounds alone, especially in the East Wing. But it was always presented as a security measure, nothing more. I'll admit I'd experienced a few weird things before that night. Call lights going on in empty rooms, equipment turning on by itself, the feeling of being watched while charting at 3 a.m. But we all just kind of normalized it. When a call light would go off in an empty room, we'd joke, "Room 307 is getting restless again," or "Looks like Mrs. Nobody needs something." We'd still check the rooms, of course, that's protocol, but always with someone else. That night I was paired with Keiko, a veteran nurse who'd been at Sakura General for almost 20 years. She was in her 50s, efficient, no nonsense, and not particularly chatty. The kind of nurse younger staff both respect and slightly fear. Our shift had been pretty standard. We had 7 patients between us, 2 post-ops, an elderly man with pneumonia, a woman recovering from a stroke, and 3 others with various medical issues. Nothing too demanding. By 2 a.m., most of the patients were asleep. Medications had been administered, and we were catching up on charting at the nurses' station. The station gave us a clear view down the hallway, with rooms 301, 310 spanning on both sides. Room 307 had been empty since the previous afternoon when Mr. Tanaka was discharged. Housekeeping had already cleaned it, and it was marked available in the system. I remember glancing at the call light board above the desk and seeing 307 light up. The soft electronic chime sounded once. "Room 307, I said automatically, already rising from my chair. Keiko looked up from her computer and sighed. "I'll come with you." I raised an eyebrow. It's probably just a system glitch. But I knew better. This happened often enough that we all played along with the glitch explanation while knowing something else was going on. "Protocol," Keiko replied simply, standing up and straightening her scrubs. We walked down the hallway together, our shoes making that distinctive squeak against the linoleum. The hallway was lit only by the dim night lighting and the glow from patient rooms where doors were slightly ajar. As we approached 307, I noticed the door was closed, which was standard procedure for unoccupied rooms. "Want me to wait out here?" I asked, half joking. Keiko gave me a look that clearly said this wasn't the time for humor. "We go in together, check all areas, then leave together. Standard procedure." I nodded, suddenly feeling a chill despite the hospital's consistent temperature. Keiko pushed the door open, and we stepped inside. Room 307 was a standard single-patient room, bed with rails up, privacy curtain partially drawn around it, bedside table, visitor's chair, small bathroom to the left. The room was dark except for the light spilling in from the hallway and the small night light near the bathroom. "Empty, as expected," Keiko said, flicking on the overhead lights. The sudden brightness made me blink. She walked over to the call button attached to the bed rail and examined it. "Nothing wrong with this that I can see." I moved around the other side of the bed, checking if something might have fallen and hit the button accidentally. Nothing. The bed was made with fresh linens, the surfaces were clear, and everything looked in order. "System glitch it is then," I said, eager to leave. Something about the room felt off, colder than it should be, with a heaviness to the air that made my skin prickle. Keiko nodded and turned to leave. I followed, relieved to be done with this little detour in our night, and that's when I saw it. From the corner of my eye, I caught movement from the far side of the privacy curtain, the section that was pulled around the foot of the bed. Something was protruding from underneath it, just visible in the gap between the curtain and the floor. A hand, a human hand. At first, my brain tried to rationalize it. Someone was playing a prank. A patient had wandered in. Maybe even a homeless person had somehow gotten into the hospital and was hiding. But as I stared, I realized this hand didn't look right. It was a brownish color, like old leather or sun-baked clay. The skin appeared dry and cracked in places, and the fingers were moving in a searching motion, clawing at the air, as if trying to find something to grab onto. My mouth went dry instantly. "Keiko," I whispered, unable to take my eyes off the hand. "Do you see that?" She had almost reached the door, but stopped when I spoke. "See what?" I pointed wordlessly at the hand, which continued its desperate grasping motion. Keiko turned slowly and followed my gaze. Her expression changed instantly. The color drained from her face, and her professional demeanor cracked for just a moment as her eyes widened. "Let's go," she said firmly, her voice controlled, but with an urgency I'd never heard from her before. "But shouldn't we?" "Now, Mika." She grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door. I couldn't help looking back over my shoulder as we left. The hand was still there, still searching, fingers curling and uncurling, as if beckoning us to return. Once outside, Keiko closed the door firmly behind us and stood there for a moment, her hand still on the handle, taking several deep breaths. "What was that?" I asked, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Should we call security? Or maybe psych? Could someone be hiding in there? Keiko shook her head and finally looked at me. We checked the room. It was empty. "But the hand, we're not going to talk about this here," she interrupted, glancing down the hallway where a patient in 304 had turned on their light. "Go check on Mrs. Yamada. I'll meet you at the station in 5 minutes." I wanted to protest, to demand answers immediately. But years of hospital hierarchy training kicked in, and I found myself nodding and heading toward room 304, while Keiko walked briskly in the opposite direction. The next 5 minutes were a blur. I helped Mrs. Yamada to the bathroom, checked her IV line, and assured her the pain medication would kick in soon. All the while, my mind kept replaying what I'd seen, those brown fingers grasping at nothing, searching blindly from under the curtain in a completely empty room. When I got back to the nurse's station, Keiko was already there, calmly updating a patient chart as if nothing had happened. "Are we going to talk about it?" I asked quietly, sitting down next to her. She continued typing for a moment before sighing and turning to face me. "Some things in this hospital are better left alone, Mika." "We saw a hand in an empty room," I persisted. "That's not something we can just ignore." Keiko looked around to make sure no one else was within earshot, though at this hour it was just us and a sleeping aide in the break room. "Listen, have you ever wondered why we always do night rounds in pairs here? Security, right? In case a patient gets aggressive or something." She gave me a look that made me feel naive. "That's the official reason, yes. And the real reason?" Keiko hesitated, then lowered her voice even further. "This hospital has been here for over 60 years. Thousands of people have passed through these halls, not all of them left completely." I felt that chill again, stronger this time. "Are you saying the hospital is haunted?" "I'm saying that hospitals are places where the line between life and death gets thin sometimes," she replied carefully. "Most of the staff who've been here more than a year have experienced something they can't explain. We don't talk about it much because administration doesn't like it, and honestly, it's better for everyone's peace of mind. But a hand, Keiko, a physical hand, that's not just some weird feeling or shadows playing tricks." She looked down at her hands for a moment, seemingly deciding how much to share. "Have you noticed the color of the hand?" I nodded. "Brownish, like clay or, I don't know, like old leather." "That color," she said slowly, "is something we sometimes see in patients with severe liver failure or certain types of organ rejection. The skin takes on that earthy tone in the final stages." My stomach knotted as I began to understand what she was suggesting. "So you think we saw—" "Room 307 has had more deaths than any other room on this floor," she said matter-of-factly. 3 years ago, an elderly man fell trying to reach his call button. He was found on the floor the next morning. Too late. The image of that searching hand suddenly took on a new, horrifying context. "The hand was looking for the call button," I whispered. Keiko nodded once. "That would be my guess." "Why haven't you reported this, or done something about it?" She gave me a tired smile. "Report what exactly? That we sometimes see things that can't be there? That call buttons ring in empty rooms? Administration would either think we're crazy or making excuses for poor response times." "But if it happens regularly, it doesn't, not like tonight," she cut in. "Usually it's just the call lights or items moving. Direct manifestations are rare. In 20 years, I've only seen something like that twice before." I sat back in my chair, trying to process everything. "What do we do now?" "We finish our shift. Keiko said simply. We check on our patients, we do our charting, and we go home in the morning. And if you're smart, you'll request a transfer to day shift. You're not serious. I am. Night is when the veil is thinnest, as they say. During the day, with all the hustle and activity, these things rarely happen. I shook my head. I can't just pretend I didn't see what I saw. I'm not asking you to pretend, she replied. I'm asking you to accept that there are things in this world, especially in places like hospitals, that we can't always explain. And sometimes the best thing to do is acknowledge them and then keep doing your job. We sat in silence for a moment, the soft beeping of monitors and distant hum of equipment the only sounds. Does it hurt people? I finally asked. Keiko considered this. Not physically, no. At least not that I've ever heard of. But it can certainly affect you mentally if you let it consume you. She looked at me intently, which is why we don't dwell on these things. The call light for room 310 came on, breaking the moment. Keiko stood up. I'll take this one. Why don't you take a few minutes, get some coffee, clear your head? I nodded gratefully, still feeling shaken. As she walked away, I couldn't help but glance down the hallway toward room 307. The door remained closed, the call light off. But now I knew what might be waiting inside, still searching after all this time. I made my way to the break room on autopilot, my mind racing. I'd always considered myself a rational person, someone who believed in science and medicine, not ghosts and spirits. But what I'd seen defied rational explanation. That hand was there, moving with purpose, looking for help that never came. The coffee was stale, but I drank it anyway, needing something normal and tangible. As I sat there, I remembered other odd occurrences I'd dismissed. The whispers in empty corridors, the sensation of being watched, equipment that worked perfectly during testing, suddenly malfunctioning during use. Little things that could be explained away individually, but formed a disturbing pattern when viewed together. For the rest of the shift, Keiko and I worked in a sort of strained normalcy. We didn't discuss room 307 again, though I noticed she redirected a new patient to 306 instead, claiming 307 needed maintenance. When the shift ended at 7 a.m., I felt exhausted in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. As we were gathering our things to leave, Keiko placed a hand on my shoulder. Some advice, she offered. Don't try to make sense of it. Don't research previous patients or look for patterns. It'll only make it harder to come back for your next shift. Is that what you did? Just accepted it? She gave a small, sad smile. Eventually, after nearly driving myself crazy trying to understand, there are some things we're not meant to comprehend fully, Mika, especially in a place where so many people transition from life to death. I nodded, not entirely convinced, but too drained to argue. As we walked out together into the bright morning light, the hospital behind us seemed almost innocent, just a building of brick and glass and steel. But I knew better now. I knew about the searching hand in room 307, desperately trying to reach a call button that might have saved a life. I knew about the unspoken agreement among staff to never walk the halls alone at night. And I knew that despite everything I'd been taught about science and medicine, there were some things that defied explanation. I've worked 5 night shifts since then. I've heard the phantom call buttons, felt the cold spots, even glimpsed shadows moving where no one stood. But I haven't seen the hand again, and for that I'm grateful. Sometimes when I pass room 307, I pause for just a moment and whisper, I'm here. I would have answered your call. I don't know if it helps, but it makes me feel better somehow. Keiko says I'll either get used to it or transfer to days eventually. Maybe she's right, but part of me thinks we owe it to them, these lingering presences, these echoes of people who once needed our help, to at least acknowledge they're still here, still waiting. All I know for sure is that I'll never walk the night halls of Sakura General alone again. And if you're ever a patient there, make sure your call button is within easy reach, just in case. Story 17. Dati-san, I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't. My parents think I'm making it up, or that I fell asleep and dreamed the whole thing. My sister just laughs it off. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and I had the house to myself. My parents were both at work. Mom at the hospital, where she's a nurse, and Dad at his office. My sister Hana was still at her after-school club. I was enjoying the rare quiet time alone in our house, something that doesn't happen often in a family of 4, living in a modest 2-story home in suburban Tokyo. I remember being really tired that day. I'd stayed up late the night before finishing a physics assignment, and I was feeling the effects. After getting home from school, I made myself comfortable under the kotatsu in our living room. The warmth was making me drowsy as I flipped through channels on TV, eventually settling on some mindless variety show. I must have been dozing off, because when I heard the thud from upstairs, I jolted awake so suddenly that I banged my knee on the underside of the table. It wasn't a small noise. It was heavy, like furniture being moved or something large falling over. My first thought was about the break-ins that had been happening in our neighborhood. Just the week before, the Yamadas 3 houses down had their place ransacked while they were out for dinner. I sat frozen for a moment, straining to hear more. Our house isn't that big, and sound travels easily between floors. The TV was playing at low volume, but I muted it completely, waiting to hear if there would be more noises. Nothing came. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe something I'd precariously balanced in my room had finally fallen over. Maybe the wind had knocked something down outside, and I just thought it came from upstairs. But then I remembered that I'd closed all the windows before leaving for school that morning because the weather forecast had predicted rain, and I hadn't left anything unstable in my room. I checked my phone. It was 4:17 p.m. My sister wouldn't be home for at least another hour, and my parents not until after 6. If someone was upstairs, I was on my own. I got up slowly, careful not to make the floorboards creak. My baseball bat was leaning against the wall near the front door. I'd had practice the day before and hadn't put it away yet. I grabbed it, gripping it tightly in my sweaty hands. Our staircase has 14 steps. I know because I've counted them 1,000 times running up and down as a kid. That day, each step felt like climbing a mountain. The wood creaked underfoot, despite my attempts to be quiet. I kept stopping to listen, but there were no more sounds from above. At the top of the stairs, I paused. We have 4 rooms upstairs. My bedroom, my sister's bedroom, my parents' room, and a small storage room. The hallway was empty and everything looked normal. All the doors were closed, just as they should be. I checked my room first, pushing the door open with the end of my bat. Nothing. Everything was exactly as I'd left it that morning. Bed unmade, desk cluttered with school books, closet door slightly ajar showing my disorganized clothes. Next was the storage room. Again, nothing out of place. Just boxes of old family photos, seasonal decorations and forgotten toys. My parents' room was the same, their neatly made bed, Mum's reading glasses on the nightstand, Dad's slippers by the closet. Finally, I approached Hana's room. I listened at her door for a moment before pushing it open. Again, everything looked completely normal. Her school uniform from the previous day was hung over her desk chair. Her stuffed animals were arranged on her bed. Her manga collection was neatly organized on her bookshelf. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. There was no burglar, no danger. I must have imagined the noise, or maybe it had come from outside after all. I went back downstairs, still carrying my bat. Just to be safe, I checked the front and back doors, both locked from the inside. I also checked all the windows on the ground floor, all closed and locked. There was no way anyone could have gotten in without me noticing. Feeling a bit foolish but relieved, I returned to the kotatsu. I turned the TV volume back up and tried to relax again. It was probably just the house settling, I told myself. Old houses make noises sometimes. I was just starting to get comfortable when I heard it again. The same heavy thud, followed by what sounded like something being dragged across the floor. It was definitely coming from upstairs, and it was definitely real. My heart started racing. I checked the time again, 4:31 p.m., still no one due home soon. I tried calling my mum, but it went straight to voicemail. She was probably with a patient. My dad didn't answer either. The logical part of my brain kept saying it couldn't be a burglar. The house was locked from the inside. No one could have gotten in, but something was making those noises upstairs. I gripped my bat tighter and headed back to the stairs. My legs felt heavy as I climbed back up, my palms so sweaty that I worried the bat might slip from my grasp. This time there was no pretense of being quiet. I wanted whatever was up there to know I was coming. When I reached the top of the stairs, I immediately noticed something different. Hannah's door was open. I was absolutely certain I had closed it after checking her room. I stood there staring at the open doorway, afraid to move closer but knowing I had to. "Hello," I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. No response. I inched toward her room, bat raised and ready. When I reached the doorway, I froze, unable to process what I was seeing. All of Hannah's furniture had been moved. Her bed, desk, bookshelf, and dresser were all pushed to the far corner of the room, stacked and piled in a way that completely blocked her closet door. It looked like a barricade, deliberately built to prevent the closet from being opened. I blinked several times, sure I was seeing things. This was impossible. I had just been in this room minutes ago, and everything had been normal. I hadn't heard anyone come into the house. The doors and windows were all locked. And even if someone had somehow gotten in, how could they have moved all that heavy furniture so quickly and quietly? The bookshelf alone was something my dad and I had struggled to move when Hannah wanted to rearrange her room last year. I backed out of the room, my mind racing. This couldn't be happening. It defied explanation. I ran to my parents' room and grabbed the phone on their nightstand, dialing my dad's number again with shaking fingers. Still no answer. I didn't want to be in the house anymore. Whatever was happening, I needed to get out. I ran downstairs, nearly tripping in my haste. I grabbed my phone, keys and wallet, shoved my feet into my shoes without bothering to tie them, and bolted out the front door. Once outside, I stood on our front step, breathing hard. Our street looked perfectly normal. A few cars parked along the curb, someone walking their dog in the distance, the sound of children playing at the park 2 blocks away. I texted my 3 closest friends, Kenji, Takashi and Daisuke, asking them to meet me at the Family Mart near our school. I needed to be around people, to not be alone with my thoughts and what I'd just seen. As I waited for them at the convenience store, nursing a can of coffee I'd bought just to have something to do with my hands, I tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe someone had gotten into the house before I came home and was hiding upstairs. But that didn't explain how they moved the furniture without me hearing, or why they would do something so bizarre in the first place. When my friends arrived, they could tell something was wrong. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words sounded ridiculous even to my own ears. Kenji suggested we go back to my house together to check it out. With the 4 of us, I felt brave enough to return. When we got there, my sister had already come home. She was sitting at the kotatsu, doing her homework like nothing was wrong. "Hana," I said, my voice still shaky, "did you notice anything weird about your room?" She looked at me like I was crazy. "No? Why?" I raced upstairs with my friends following, only to find that Hannah's room was completely normal. Her furniture was where it always had been. The closet wasn't blocked. Everything was exactly as it should be. My friends exchanged glances. I could see the doubt in their eyes. Kenji awkwardly patted my shoulder, suggesting maybe I'd fallen asleep under the kotatsu and had a vivid dream. Takashi joked that I'd been watching too many horror movies. Only Daisuke seemed to consider that something unexplainable might have happened. When my parents came home, I tried to tell them too, but they had the same reaction as my friends. My mom felt my forehead, asking if I was coming down with something. My dad suggested I was studying too hard and needed more sleep. But I know what I saw. I know I wasn't dreaming. Something happened in our house that afternoon, something I can't explain. The image of Hannah's furniture piled against her closet door is burned into my memory. For weeks afterward, I couldn't be alone in the house. I'd make excuses to stay at school later or go to Kenji's house until someone else was home. At night, I'd lie awake, listening for any unusual sounds. I started sleeping with my baseball bat beside my bed. What bothers me most isn't just that the furniture moved on its own. It's the deliberate way it was arranged, specifically to block the closet door, like something was trying to keep whatever was in there from getting out. Or maybe to keep anyone from looking inside. I've never told Hannah this, but sometimes I notice her staring at her closet with a strange expression. When I ask her about it, she just shrugs and says it's nothing. But I've caught her checking that the door is fully closed before she goes to sleep. Last week I came home from baseball practice to find Hannah sitting under the kotatsu, doing her homework. She looked up when I walked in and said, casually, as if commenting on the weather, "I heard the noise too, you know, the one you talked about, from my closet." When I asked her what she meant, she just went back to her homework and wouldn't say anything more about it. I don't know what happened that day. I don't know if it will ever happen again. But I do know that something in our house moved all that furniture, something that shouldn't exist in the rational world I thought I lived in. And whatever it was focused on my sister's closet. I check my own closet now before I go to bed. I make sure it's completely closed, and sometimes when the house is quiet at night, I swear I can hear something, a faint scratching like fingernails against wood coming from behind Hannah's wall. Story 18. I'm not someone who scares easily. I've been night fishing for over 20 years, and I've seen my fair share of strange things out on the water, odd lights on the horizon, strange sounds, even a few encounters with wildlife that got a bit too close for comfort. But what happened to me last May still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was May 22nd, 2022. I remember the date clearly because I'd been planning this fishing trip for weeks. The lunar calendar showed a full moon, which typically means excellent night fishing conditions. The tides would be perfect, and the moonlight would provide just enough visibility without scaring away the fish. I packed my gear meticulously that afternoon. 3 different rods, various lures and bait, my tackle box, a small cooler with drinks, some dried squid snacks, and a flask of my favorite sake. I arrived at the breakwater around 8 p.m., just as the sun was setting. It's a spot I've frequented for years, about an hour's drive from my apartment in Yokohama. The concrete breakwater extends about 80 meters into the bay, providing excellent access to deeper water. Not many people know about this spot, which is why I like it. The solitude is part of the appeal. As I set up my gear, I noticed how perfectly still the water was. The full moon hung low and huge in the sky, casting a silvery path across the water. The air was warm, with just the slightest breeze. Perfect fishing conditions. I had a good feeling about the night ahead. I started with my usual setup for mackerel and sea bream, a simple rig with fresh bait. Within minutes of casting, I felt the first bite. It was strange, though. The tug was decisive, but when I jerked the rod to set the hook, there was nothing there. The bait was gone, but no fish. I chalked it up to a small fish, or maybe a nibble from a crab. I rebaited and cast again. The same thing happened, a strong bite, but when I pulled up, nothing. This pattern continued for about an hour. I kept feeling bites, good ones too, but couldn't hook anything. I changed bait. I tried different depths. I even moved to a different spot along the breakwater. Nothing worked. It was frustrating, but not entirely unusual. Sometimes Fish can be finicky. What was strange was how consistent the bites were, yet I couldn't catch anything. After about the 10th failed attempt, I was beginning to think something was off. That's when I saw it for the first time. I had just cast my line again and was watching the float when something dark broke the surface of the water about 3 meters from where I was standing. It wasn't large, maybe the size of a basketball, and perfectly round. At first I thought it might be a porpoise or a seal, but it didn't move like one. It just surfaced silently, remained completely still for a few seconds, and then sank back down without a splash. No movement, no sound, just up and down. I stared at the spot where it had disappeared, waiting to see if it would resurface. Nothing came up. The strange bites stopped completely after that. For the next 30 minutes, I didn't feel so much as a nibble. The water was dead calm again, as if nothing lived beneath the surface. By this point, it was close to 11 p.m. I decided to take a break, have some sake, and rethink my approach. I sat down on my folding stool, poured some sake into my small metal cup, and unwrapped my dried squid snacks. The sake burned pleasantly going down, warming me against the slight chill that had crept into the night air. As I sat there, I contemplated switching to a different fishing technique. Maybe some artificial lures, or trying for bottom dwellers instead. I finished my snack, put away the wrapper carefully, I never litter when I fish, and stood up to reorganize my tackle box. That's when I felt it, a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was that primal feeling that you're being watched. I turned around slowly, and my heart nearly stopped. There, just over the edge of the breakwater, was a face staring directly at me. A woman's face, partially illuminated by the moonlight. She was about a meter away from me, just high enough that I could see from her nose up. Long, wet black hair parted in the middle framed her face, plastered to her scalp and hanging down into the water. Her eyes, God, her eyes were what got me. They were fixed on me with such intensity, such hatred. She wasn't blinking, just staring with this terrible glare. I froze completely. My body wouldn't respond. I couldn't even breathe. We just stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then my survival instinct kicked in. I stumbled backward, nearly falling over my tackle box. When I looked back at the edge, she was gone. The water showed ripples where she had been, but nothing else. My first thought was to pack up and get the hell out of there, but then I thought maybe it was just someone swimming, at night, in May when the water is still cold. It didn't make sense, and that look on her face, it wasn't the look of someone out for a casual midnight swim. I took several deep breaths to calm myself. I'm a rational person. There had to be an explanation. Maybe a prank. I scanned the water carefully, but saw nothing. The moonlight was bright enough that I should have been able to see someone swimming nearby, but the water was empty and still once again. Against my better judgment, I decided to continue fishing. I was not going to let some strange occurrence ruin my night. I told myself I had imagined it or exaggerated it in my mind. I moved to a different spot on the breakwater, about 10 meters from where I'd been before, and set up again with shaking hands. I cast my line. No bites this time. The water remained still. I was just starting to relax when I felt that same eerie sensation again, the feeling of being watched. I slowly turned my head to look behind me. She was there again, standing on the breakwater this time, about 5 meters away. Her entire upper body was visible now. She wore what looked like a simple white garment, completely soaked and clinging to her thin frame. Her hair hung down past her waist, dripping water onto the concrete. Her arms hung limply at her sides, and those eyes, still fixed on me with that same hateful glare. I spun around fully to face her, nearly dropping my rod in the process. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't respond. She didn't move at all, just stared. I took a step toward her, though every instinct screamed at me not to. As soon as I moved, she took a step backward, still facing me, then another. Then she simply stepped off the edge of the breakwater and disappeared into the water without a splash. I ran to where she'd been and looked over the edge. Nothing. No sign of anyone in the water. No bubbles, no movement, nothing to indicate anyone had just entered the water there. My hands were shaking uncontrollably now. I gathered my courage and called out, "Hello? Are you there?" My voice echoed slightly across the water. No response. I should have left then. Any sane person would have. But something kept me there. A mixture of curiosity, disbelief, and maybe some stubborn refusal to admit I was terrified. I moved to yet another spot, this time at the very end of the breakwater where I could see in all directions. I cast my line again, constantly looking over my shoulder and scanning the water around me. About 20 minutes passed without incident. I was starting to think maybe I could finish my fishing session in peace when I noticed something in the water directly in front of me, about 3 meters out. It was her again. This time, only her upper face was visible above the water, from her nose to the top of her head. Her hair floated out around her like black seaweed. She was staring at me with those same unblinking eyes, her face perfectly parallel to the water's surface in a way that shouldn't have been physically possible. She wasn't treading water. She wasn't moving at all, just floating there, perfectly still, staring. My mouth went dry. I couldn't look away. We stayed like that, locked in a staring contest for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, I reached into my bag. I pulled out my flask of sake and my package of dried squid. With trembling hands, I held them out toward her. "Would you like some?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "Are you hungry?" She continued to stare, unmoving. Then, ever so slowly, she sank beneath the surface. The water closed over her head without so much as a ripple. I stood there, holding out the sake and squid for a full minute before I lowered my arms. I placed both items at the edge of the breakwater like an offering. Then I went back to my fishing spot, half expecting her to appear again at any moment. She didn't, but something even stranger happened. I cast my line, and within seconds I had a bite, a real one this time. I pulled up a beautiful sea bream, nearly 40 centimeters long. I barely had time to unhook it and put it in my cooler before I had another bite, then another, and another. For the next hour I caught fish after fish, sea bream, mackerel, even a decent-sized flounder. It was as if the water had suddenly come alive with fish, all of them eager to take my bait. It was the best fishing I'd experienced in years. She never appeared again that night. I fished until about 3 a.m., catching more than I could reasonably take home. As I packed up my gear, I noticed that the sake and dried squid I'd left at the edge were still there, untouched. I've been back to that same spot many times since that night. I've never seen her face again, but sometimes, when the moon is full and the water is still, I see ripples near my float that don't seem to be caused by fish or wind. When that happens, my fishing always improves dramatically. I always bring sake and dried squid now. I leave them at the edge of the breakwater before I start fishing. By the end of the night, they're always still there, untouched, but my cooler is always full of fish. I've tried researching the history of that breakwater. I couldn't find any specific records of drownings there, but it's an old structure built in the 1970s, and record-keeping wasn't always thorough. I've asked some of the local fishermen if they've experienced anything strange there, but they just give me odd looks and change the subject. I don't know who she was or what she wants. I don't know if she drowned there or if she's something else entirely, but I've come to an understanding with her, I think. I say a small prayer before I fish now, for her peace, for her comfort, and I always say thank you when I leave, whether I've caught anything or not. Sometimes I still feel that chill, that sensation of being watched. But it doesn't scare me as much anymore. We've developed a strange sort of relationship, this woman and I. She terrified me that night, but now I'm grateful for her presence, whatever it may be. I still don't understand what happened that night. I probably never will. But whenever I cast my line into those dark waters under a full moon, I know she's there, watching from just beneath the surface. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap before I joined the army. I was always the practical type. If I couldn't see it or touch it, it probably wasn't real. But something happened to me during basic training that I still can't explain, even though it's been over 8 years now. This happened at Camp Lucian during confidence course training. It was my 3rd week of basic, and I was exhausted both physically and mentally. Our drill sergeants had been pushing us hard, and sleep was something we only dreamed about. I was paired with this guy, Jenkins, for most of our training exercises. He was a city kid from Chicago who jumped at his own shadow. That night, our squad was assigned to take out the trash from the mess hall. Not glamorous work, but that's the army for you. The dumpsters were located about 200 meters into this small wooded area behind the barracks. Nothing major, just a short walk through some trees, but at night, with minimal lighting, it felt like walking into another dimension. Jenkins was freaking out before we even left the barracks. Some of the guys in our platoon had been telling ghost stories about Camp Lucian. Apparently a recruit had died there in the 80s during a training exercise gone wrong, and his spirit was said to haunt the woods behind our barracks. I thought it was all bullshit, just guys trying to scare each other when they were already on edge from the stress of training. "Reynolds, I can't go in there, man," Jenkins whispered as we approached the tree line. His eyes were wide and he was literally shaking. I could see the goosebumps on his arms, even in the dim light. I sighed and grabbed the trash bags from him. "Just wait here then. I'll be back in 5 minutes." Looking back, I wish I'd made him come with me. The path to the dumpsters wasn't well lit, just a few sparse lampposts here and there. The moonlight filtered through the branches, creating these weird, shifting shadows. I wasn't scared, just annoyed that I had to do Jenkins' job too. The trash bags were heavy, and I remember being pissed off about having to carry all of them by myself. I made it to the dumpsters without incident, tossed the bags in, and started heading back. That's when it happened. I was walking through this small clearing about halfway between the dumpsters and where I'd left Jenkins. There had been some rain earlier that day, and there were these shallow puddles scattered around. The night was dead silent, no wind, no animals, nothing, just the sound of my boots on the ground. Then I heard it. A distinct splash directly behind me, the unmistakable sound of a footstep landing in a puddle. Not an animal. A human footstep, heavy, deliberate. I froze in place. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I thought maybe Jenkins had decided to follow me after all, or maybe one of the drill sergeants was checking up on us. I turned around expecting to see someone standing there. There was no one. Nothing. Just the empty clearing, illuminated by moonlight. This is where it gets really fucked up. The clearing was sizable, maybe 30 feet in diameter, with no large trees or bushes in it, nowhere for someone to hide. And the sound had come from directly behind me, maybe 3 feet away at most. It was loud, clear as day. Someone would have had to sprint at superhuman speed to get out of my sight before I turned around. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, trying to process what had just happened. I scanned the area, looking for anything that could have made that sound. There was nothing. No animals, no falling branches, nothing. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The puddle where the sound had come from had a ripple in it. A fucking ripple, like something had just disturbed the water. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran as fast as I could back toward the barracks. When I got to the edge of the woods where I'd left Jenkins, he was gone. I later found out he'd gotten spooked by something and run back to the barracks just a minute after I'd entered the woods. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the incident in my head, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe it was an echo of my own footsteps, but the timing was wrong for that. Maybe some kind of animal I just couldn't see. But what animal makes a sound exactly like a human boot stepping in water? I never told anyone at Camp Lusion about what happened. In the military, you learn quickly not to be the guy who tells ghost stories or admits to being scared. You'd never hear the end of it. So I kept it to myself. And eventually, I convinced myself that there must be some logical explanation I just hadn't thought of. Fast forward 4 years. I'd made it through basic, advanced training and was now stationed in Okinawa, Japan. I'd almost forgotten about the incident at Camp Lusion, almost. The locals in Okinawa take their ghosts and spirits seriously. The island saw some of the bloodiest fighting in World War II, and many Okinawans believe the spirits of the dead still linger there. My unit was housed in these old barracks that dated back to just after the war. They'd been renovated, sure, but the bones of the place were old. My shopmates loved telling ghost stories about our barracks. They claimed doors would open and close on their own, that you could hear footsteps in empty hallways, and that sometimes, late at night, you could hear someone crying in the bathroom when no one was there. I dismissed all of it as bullshit, just like I had at Camp Lusion. Then came that night in November. I remember it was raining, one of those steady, gentle rains that seems like it could go on forever. I had a small room to myself, a rare luxury in the military. I'd decorated it with stuff from home, including a shelf of model Gundams I'd built to pass the time. I was always careful with them, making sure they were perfectly balanced so they wouldn't fall over. I went to bed around midnight. I remember checking my phone, setting my alarm, and then drifting off to sleep. I woke up a few hours later to the sensation of the building shaking slightly. Earthquakes are common in Japan, and usually I just rolled over and went back to sleep unless it was a big one. But something felt off about this one. It was subtle, almost like a vibration more than a shake. I opened my eyes and looked across the room at my shelf of Gundams. They weren't swaying. During earthquakes they always swayed a little, even during minor ones. But they were completely still. I lay there, confused, trying to figure out what had woken me, if not an earthquake. That's when I felt it. Something was on my bed. I could feel the mattress depressed slightly, moving in a pattern. It felt exactly like when a cat walks across your bed, that distinct pressure of 4 paws moving in sequence. But I didn't have a cat. No one in the barracks had pets. The pressure points moved slowly from the foot of my bed toward where I was lying. Press, 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 pause, press, 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 pause, like footsteps, small, deliberate footsteps. Every hair on my body stood on end. I was completely frozen, unable to move or even breathe properly. All those ghost stories my shopmates had told came flooding back to me, especially the one about the young Okinawan boy who had been killed near our barracks during the war. The footsteps continued, moving closer to my head. I kept my eyes shut tight. I was terrified of what I might see if I opened them. The pressure reached the area right next to my pillow and stopped. I lay there, heart hammering in my chest, for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, gathering every ounce of courage I had, I counted to 3 in my head and opened my eyes. There was nothing there. The pressure on the mattress was gone. My room was exactly as it had been when I went to sleep. I sat up, turned on my light and checked every corner of my small room. Nothing was out of place. My door was still locked from the inside. My window was closed and secured. There was absolutely no way anyone or anything could have gotten in or out without me knowing. The next morning, I casually asked my roommates if they'd felt the earthquake during the night. They looked at me like I was crazy. There hadn't been any seismic activity reported in our area. I've turned these experiences over in my mind countless times in the years since. I've researched every possible rational explanation. Sleep paralysis? Maybe for the Okinawa incident, but I was wide awake and moving around. when I heard those footsteps at Camp Lucian. Animal sounds? Not in the middle of a clearing and not something that sounds exactly like a human footstep? Hallucinations from stress and sleep deprivation? Possibly. But I've been under worse stress since then and never experienced anything similar. The thing that really gets me is the connection between the two incidents. Both times I heard or felt footsteps when nobody was there. Both times there was physical evidence, the ripple in the puddle at Camp Lucian, the depression on my mattress in Okinawa. Both times I was alone when it happened. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now. I'm still trying to find a logical explanation for what happened. But those experiences shook my understanding of what's possible in our world. I've never been able to dismiss them entirely, and sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night, I find myself listening for footsteps that shouldn't be there. What scares me most isn't the possibility that ghosts might be real. It's the realization that there might be things happening around us all the time that we can't explain, things that challenge everything we think we know about reality. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I still count to 3 before opening my eyes, just in case something is waiting for me to look at it. Story 20. I've never been able to explain what happened to me during basic training, and honestly, I've been hesitant to talk about it for years, but keeping it bottled up isn't helping, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. This happened back in February 2007 at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. I was about 4 weeks into basic training with the Army. It was cold as hell that time of year, like properly freezing cold, the kind that seeps into your bones. We were stationed in what they called Tent City, which was exactly what it sounds like, a bunch of massive 60-foot tents where platoons slept during field training exercises. Our tent housed about 40 of us. Inside, we had these green Army cots lined up in 2 rows with a center aisle running down the middle. We were each issued these bulky cold-weather sleeping bags. They were thick and actually pretty warm, but they had this annoying mummy-style design where you could only unzip them from the inside. I hated that feature because it always made me feel trapped. That particular night had been brutally cold, even by Oklahoma winter standards. The temperature had dropped below freezing, and the wind was howling, something fierce. Our drill sergeants had ordered us to keep our uniforms and boots next to our sleeping bags for quick access in case of a midnight formation, which wasn't uncommon. Those sadistic bastards loved waking us up at random hours for emergency drills. I remember having trouble falling asleep that night. My bunkmate, Rodriguez, had been snoring like a chainsaw, and I could hear Michael's 2 cots down mumbling in his sleep. The canvas walls of the tent kept flapping in the wind, making this constant rustling sound that just wouldn't let my brain switch off. I must have finally drifted off around 0100 hours, because the next thing I remember was being startled awake by this bizarre sound. It wasn't like anything I'd heard before, kind of a mix between a deep boom and the sound of a giant zipper being yanked open. It was loud enough to jolt me awake, but somehow didn't seem to disturb anyone else. My first thought was that a drill sergeant had entered the tent, so I partially unzipped my sleeping bag just enough to peek out. The tent was nearly pitch black, except for the faint glow from the emergency exit sign at the far end. As my eyes adjusted, I noticed what looked like someone standing at the foot of Rodriguez's cot. I figured it was just Rodriguez getting up to use the latrine. But then the tent flaps near the entrance suddenly blew open from a gust of wind, allowing some light from the floodlights outside to spill in. What I saw in that brief moment of illumination made my blood run cold. Everyone in the tent was standing at attention beside their cots. Every single soldier. They were all in their full uniforms, standing perfectly still, facing forward. My heart nearly stopped. Had I missed an alarm? Was this one of those midnight formations our drill sergeants were always threatening us with? Pure panic set in. If everyone was up and at attention, and I was still in my sleeping bag, I was totally screwed. In basic, If you're the last one ready, you're getting smoked, military slang for brutal physical punishment, until you puke. My drill sergeant, Staff Sergeant Harrison, had a particular fondness for making examples out of stragglers. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag as quietly and quickly as possible, fumbling with my uniform in the darkness. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely button my pants or lace my boots. I was sweating despite the cold, convinced I was about to face the wrath of whoever had ordered this midnight formation. Once dressed, I took my position at attention next to my cot, staring straight ahead like we'd been taught. I was breathing hard, waiting for the inevitable screaming to start. But there was just silence. No drill sergeant barking orders. No instructions being given. Just 40-something soldiers standing perfectly still in the darkness. As my eyes readjusted to the dim light, I noticed something off about the uniforms around me. They weren't the digital ACU camouflage pattern we'd been issued. They looked like the older BDU woodland pattern that the army had phased out a few years earlier. I remember thinking it was strange, but my brain was still foggy with sleep and panic. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, not daring to move or speak. The silence was deafening. All I could hear was the wind outside and the canvas flapping, not even breathing from the others. Then the tent flaps blew open again, harder this time, letting in another flash of light from outside. And just like that, they were gone. All of them vanished. I was the only one standing. Everyone else was still in their sleeping bags, snoring away or shifting in their sleep. Rodriguez was still making chainsaw noises. Michaels was still mumbling. Nothing had changed. I stood there frozen, trying to process what had just happened. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Was I sleepwalking? I've never had issues with sleepwalking before, but I was so disoriented I couldn't think of any other explanation. But if I'd been dreaming, why was I standing fully dressed next to my cot? I checked my watch. 3:27 hours. I slowly took off my uniform and crawled back into my sleeping bag. But there was no way I was going back to sleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling of the tent until first light, replaying what I'd seen over and over again in my head. Morning came with the usual rude awakening, drill sergeants banging on metal trash cans at 0500, shouting at us to get up. I went through the motions like a zombie, sleep-deprived, and still rattled by whatever had happened during the night. During breakfast, I finally worked up the courage to ask Rodriguez if anything unusual had happened overnight. He looked at me like I was crazy and said he'd slept through the night without interruption. I asked a few others, but got the same response. Nobody had seen or heard anything strange. By lunchtime, I was convinced I'd had some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Basic training messes with your head in all sorts of ways. Sleep deprivation, constant stress, physical exhaustion. I figured my brain had finally cracked a little. But then something happened that made my skin crawl. During afternoon PT, physical training, I mentioned what I'd seen to Parker, this guy from Mississippi who was always talking about his grandmother's ghost stories. I figured if anyone would humor me, it would be him. As I described the soldiers standing at attention in the wrong uniforms, his face went pale. He stopped mid-push-up and just stared at me. "You saw them too?" he whispered. Before I could answer, Drill Sergeant Harrison appeared behind us, demanding to know why we were talking during PT. When Parker blurted out that I'd seen the ghost soldiers, I wanted to die from embarrassment. I expected Harrison to make us do burpees until our arms fell off for such nonsense. Instead, his expression changed. He looked at me with this intense stare that wasn't his usual drill sergeant glare. After PT, he pulled me aside and told me to report to the company headquarters after dinner. I spent the rest of the day convinced I was in serious trouble. By the time I reported to headquarters, my stomach was in knots. I was sure they were going to chapter me out for mental instability or something. I was led into a small office where the first sergeant and our company commander were waiting. Now, in basic training, these are basically gods. You never speak to them directly unless something very good or very bad is happening, and it's rarely the former. "Private Winters," the captain said, "Drill Sergeant Harrison tells me you had an unusual experience last night. I want you to describe exactly what you saw. Don't leave anything out." So I told them everything. The sound that woke me, the soldiers standing at attention, the outdated uniforms, how they vanished when the light came in again. Throughout my account, they didn't interrupt or exchange knowing glances like I expected. They just listened intently. When I finished, the first sergeant leaned forward. "Has anyone told you about the history of that training area?" I shook my head. The captain opened a drawer and pulled out a yellowed folder. "Every cycle, Private, every single training cycle, one trainee report seeing exactly what you described. Same tent area, same description, same outdated uniforms." My mouth went dry. "Sir?" The first sergeant took over. "In 1954, a training exercise went wrong on the artillery range. A shell fell short of its target and exploded near a bivouac area. Killed an entire platoon while they were standing in formation for a surprise midnight inspection." I felt the blood drain from my face as he continued. "The army rebuilt the training grounds, moved things around. But every few months someone sees them, always in that same spot where your tent is now, always at around 0300 hours, which is when it happened. They're just standing there, waiting for an inspection that never ends," the captain added quietly. The first sergeant looked me straight in the eyes. "We don't put this in any official reports. Don't need that kind of attention. But we keep track. You're the first this cycle. They swore me to secrecy, said I could only discuss it with them and my drill sergeants." As I left the office, still in shock, Drill Sergeant Harrison was waiting outside. "They'll call you Ghostbuster now," he said with a half-smile. "They always do. Wear it proudly, Private. Not everyone gets chosen to see them." True to his word, the nickname stuck. For the rest of basic training, I was Ghostbuster to the drill sergeants. They never explained to the other trainees why, and I kept my promise not to talk about it, but somehow the story still spread through whispers and rumors. The experience changed me. Before that night, I'd never believed in anything supernatural. I was raised to believe in what I could see and touch, science, logic. But what happened in that tent defied any rational explanation I could come up with. I've run through every possible scenario, stress hallucination, dream, prank by the drill sergeants. None of them fit. I saw what I saw, and the fact that others before me had seen the same thing, it still gives me chills thinking about it. I graduated basic training and moved on with my military career, but I've never forgotten that night. Sometimes I still wake up around 0300 hours, half expecting to see soldiers standing at attention in the darkness of my bedroom. I don't know why I was the one who saw them that cycle. I don't know what they wanted, or if they were trying to communicate something. All I know is that there are things in this world that can't be explained by conventional means, and I experienced one of them firsthand in a cold tent in Oklahoma. To this day, I can't hear the sound of a zipper in the quiet of night without breaking into a cold sweat. And whenever the wind blows a door open unexpectedly, I freeze, afraid of what I might see when I look around. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm just putting this out there because keeping it bottled up for all these years hasn't made the memory fade. If anything, it's only gotten clearer with time. Those soldiers are still there, I think. Still standing at attention in Tent City, waiting for an inspection that will never come.